the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all.
DJ, magst du bitte auch mal einen Pegel geben, dass wir wissen, dass das funzt wieder? Lichtsektion, jo, gucke mal. Also jedenfalls, genau, dass wir einmal da wieder einen Pegel haben, das war ja...
groß ist es ja noch nicht. Wird noch werden.
gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. roll it up. promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall a mile when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
Wow. Thank you, Jan and Klaus. Thank you very much and good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Now my mic is working.
Wow.
Yeah, good to have you here again, even after the social event.
How was your first day? What a blast.
Please, could we have the slides? Thank you. And let's also welcome back all our viewers on the live stream at YouTube.
Hey. Good morning.
Good morning. And actually, I think we should introduce ourselves again because we have some new audience today.
Yeah, we have some new guests. Some had to leave yesterday, but we got fresh people. So
Nice. So let's
hello
get
to
started.
everyone who wasn't here. And well, may I introduce Anke from Queo?
And right next to me, you see Eric from Stenstorm.
Yeah, and next to me is Gerhard from Tech Division.
No.
No.
From Gesagt, Getan. But,
Gesagt, getan. I'm sorry.
Anyway.
Anyway, he's missing. I guess, he's hungover.
If you find him, please return him to reception.
Okay, then I will introduce you. And you're, of course, Stefan of Tech Division.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So,
Yeah, so what's new this year?
yeah, basically we should be 4 hosts for 2 stages. I hope you get your counterpart soon.
We will be.
You and Gerhard will be on the studio stage next door, and Stefan and me, we will stay here for the day.
And if you missed any talks, they are going to be available afterwards on YouTube.
And also a very important info for all our new guests today. Please install the conference app. You will find them in the App Store on a NeosCon, I think.
NeosCon app, yeah.
Because there you can not only rate the talks, but you can send us your questions because we will ask them for you on stage to the speakers.
Yeah, and so that our remotees can understand the questions as well, so we will read them out and not go to you with the microphone.
Some words to our long-term sponsorship. We already told that yesterday. We have a little sponsoring area outside. If you decide to support NEOS, we would be more than happy to welcome you in the contributors family. And we also have the option for you to donate 3 months of your membership to the Nothilfe Aid Program for the Ukraine refugees. And another little thing I wanted to add is we have many new faces. We have on Neos.io a service provider listing where you can submit your entry and so people can find you there.
Yeah, please do so. Yeah, and last but not least, before we come to the talks, I will speak about the musicians, or especially one musician. Please make some noise once again for Jan Kurfürst on the guitar. Thanks. Yeah, here you can see his social contacts. I guess he's on Instagram. Please book him because he's a professional musician and needs you to book him.
And just some organizational notes. All the winners of the NEOS Awards from this year and the sponsors, please come to this stage just at the start of the lunch break. We will take a photo.
And one last thing, everyone that is staying for the NEOS Sprint next week or has some time afterwards, we would be happy to have some more helping hands to clean up here and get everything ready for the next event, I would say. So, but I think, again, we are having a great conference. We are meeting each other in person. Thank you all for wearing your masks inside. And now we have the first talk of the day.
Yeah, please welcome on stage Sebastian Kurfürst.
Good morning, everybody. I'm extremely happy to be here on this stage again, to see all of you in front of me. I'm actually having goosebumps right now, because the last 2 years, doing all the talks just online, we tried our best. But by the way, who has watched the talks online? Can you? Oh, quite some people. That's really, really cool, because it's way better to speak here, actually, than to speak in front of some camera. So I'm really, really happy to be here, and it's really cool that you are interested. So I'm going to talk about the new content repository. I'm Sebastian Kurfürst. I'm the co-founder of Sandstorm, one of the organizers of this event, and I'm in the NEOS project since pretty much forever. Well, actually, I'm currently 33 years old. I think I started Typo 3 back when I was 14 or 15 or something. And I actually counted how much time I have been spending with the event-sourced content repository. And it turned out the first workshop was 7 years ago. So that means actually I've spent 7 of my years of my life somehow talking and thinking about the event-sourced content repository. Yeah, and I thought, whoa, that is a long time. And what I'm going to try today is basically give a status where we are right now, how we want to proceed, and I think we're getting close to a release. So, actually, what are we talking about? So NEOS is built of different packages. So we have the Flow framework underneath, we have the NEOS user interface and the NEOS core packages on top. We have Fusion, the asset storage, and also the content repository in the meantime. And the content repository is one of the most important packages, because that's actually where our data lives, where our content lives. So that's why it's so extremely important, this package. And you have worked with the content repository one way or the other, be it as a user, if you see the node tree or the content tree, or as an integrator, if you use Flow Query, or also as a developer, if you use the Node API, the Node Interface API. And as it turns out, with all the things we do, I have the feeling we need 3 times to get it really, really right. So 3 iterations, 3 redoings completely. And actually, so we can explain what we need to change and why we wanted to change it. So actually, what we wanted to achieve with the rewrite of the content repository is having a solid foundation with a great scalability and performance for the data layer of NEOS. And it's a very high expectation, I'm really aware of that, and we are aiming so that this is the content storage foundation for at least the next 10 years. And when we thought, how should it behave, how should it look, there was one metaphor we always came up with again and again, and actually it's like that it should be like Git for content. And I know, this sets the bar extremely high. Git is just so robust, it is so fast, it is so well thought of in terms of the concepts, that it really brought this space extremely forward. And with the content repository, we aim for exactly that, for everything which is related to content. And I think we are not fully there yet, but we have the foundations ready, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. And to give you a perspective, actually, what problems we have with the current content repository, I'll just take a really easy example and walk through that, and then we'll explain how we are doing that with the new content repository, so that you get an idea of what is actually different between the current world, and the new world. So let's take an example of actually moving a node. So I'm taking the demo side, I'm just moving a single page here down. That actually looks quite simple. And we have to wait a bit, you all know that. And suddenly we have 154 changes. What the hell? Why are there so many changes? Who actually can explain that? Who says, why is that happening? Actually, I'm saying, like, why is that happening? In terms of the user, it doesn't make any sense at all, right? But what's happening technically is actually that there was a design decision we've been taking many, many years ago, how we store the node data, and that was using a single database table with a thing called a materialized path in there. And the materialized path is basically the path up to the full root of all the nodes in the tree. So that means if you move one node with all the nodes below, you actually need to move all the nodes below as well. And that means we don't need to just update the single node. This is also what we see here in the updated ones. But we also have to move all the nodes below that. And actually, it's even more complex than that, because we have this mechanism called the shine-throughs. So, you know, we have the live workspace and your user workspace, and it's like a layer in Photoshop, basically. So now when we move something in our user workspace, the live content still shines through. So, you know, we need some special masking to ensure that this doesn't happen. So that means we don't have any node just once, but actually we have it twice, because we need to prevent the live nodes to shine through. Basically, that, you know, you don't have to think about all that. If you just understood half of it, it doesn't matter. I also understand just half of that, what I'm just talked about. So, and the code which does all that is really, really complicated and weird to understand, and so on and so on. It is just to illustrate that we have some, we had some building block design issues actually in the current version. And there are also lots and lots of edge cases in moving nodes. So for instance, if you remember, we moved one node and we had 152 changes. If we published that right away, actually things would go right pretty well. But just imagine another editor has changed a single property of any of these nodes, you know, beneath the features somewhere. It just changed the title or something like that. As soon as that happens, we would have a conflict, and which would be hard to handle. And I think many bugs in the current content repository and many inconsistencies we face, or our users face, happens exactly due to that we have something like a move operation and conflicting with any other operation happening, and this usually or sometimes leads to an inconsistent state. And actually, I didn't talk about the dimensions yet. So dimensions are another layer which make all that really complex. And we have a long, long list of features we would like to provide to our users. But because the foundation is the way it is and the way I just explained, it's actually pretty hard to evolve with new features in terms of versioning or undo or redo, for instance, just because the data structure underneath is just really, really well tied to the way it's done currently, and we are at this brink of complexity, basically, where when we add another of these complex features, we all have the feeling that like the complexity would explode very much. So that's why we try to fix bugs and we try to make small modifications to the current content repository. But that's also why it was really clear to us that we need to do it in a different way. Another feature we would like to provide is better third-party integration. So who uses Elasticsearch? Many people. And who has seen this nice error message when Elasticsearch is offline, when it crashes your backend, basically? Yeah, also quite some people. So I would like to have that better working and more resiliently working as well. And I would personally also like better publishing features. So like in Git, where you have something like a conflict resolution, where you have traceability, or some kind of debugging, actually, what has happened. You know, I have spent countless hours of my personal life and the life of my team looking at database dumps of the node data table and trying to figure out what the hell, how could this ever ended up in this weird state? And sometimes you have some ideas, and sometimes you're like, what the hell, we have to try again next time, I don't know. So there are certain areas where these instabilities happen, usually related to the event log, to the search indexing, what we already discussed, to things like tracking the asset changes, and also publishing actually is quite slow in the current version. And that is because we have done another design decision very early on, which was embracing the Doctrine Object Relational Mapper, the Doctrine ORM. And actually, that was also very difficult because that leads to huge database queries, which are very hard to optimize. And we have lots of transient state to update. So that means if things go wrong, it usually doesn't go wrong in the way we anticipated. And the whole NEOS team has done a lot of work to make that stable and more stable. So that means, I don't want to sound that negative, actually. I think the current content repository is doing its job amazingly well. And I think also that is really, we deserve, or the team, like Christian and Bastian and all the other people of the NEOS team, they deserve a huge applause for really fixing the small issues. So thank you, everybody. Because, I'm standing here on stage and I'm presenting the new ideas and so on, but, that only works because we have so many dedicated people also working and fixing the bugs in the current system, make it more and more stable. So, okay, let's talk about the new world. Let's talk about what we want to go, where we want to go. So, the new content repository is built around a fundamentally different concept than the current version. And this means that there needs to be a shift in thinking in all of our heads, and not just the heads of the core developers or the heads inventing that, but basically of all our community. We need to look at the problem of storing data in a different way, in a different angle, and we need to unlearn some old habits. It's not that much, but a few of them, and we need to learn new habits. And most of these habits revolve around two things. The one is about the object relational mapper. We basically need to unlearn the object relational mapper and the abstraction related to that. And the other one is related to what expectations we have to consistency. So consistency means or describes as an abstract property how basically well-behaved the system is if multiple users access it. So that means, for instance, a system would not be consistent if I tweet something and then I reload my timeline and the tweet would be gone. That would be really weird. And then it somehow shows up after some time, That would be not consistent. I, as a user, expect if I enter a tweet and I reload the page, then I directly see my tweet. That is my personal expectation. And we can also formalize that a bit. In computer science terms, there's actually two sides of the story. The one is immediately consistent. The other one is not consistent. Immediately consistent is also called strongly consistent. And then there's a big space in between. And this space in between means eventually consistent. What is important eventually for everybody in German here, this doesn't mean eventuell, so it doesn't mean it might happen or not, but eventually means at some point in the future it's guaranteed to happen. And it's some point in the future means usually really soon, so we're talking in milliseconds, at worst case 1 or 2 seconds or something like that. So that means let's take the Twitter example. That means for an immediately consistent system, if I tweet something, we would expect everybody in the world to see my tweet exactly in the same time when I have tweeted it, directly afterwards, for everybody in the world. That would be immediately consistent. But usually that doesn't really matter, It doesn't matter if you or you see the tweet a few seconds later, because it will still feel consistent to you personally. What is important is that it will show up eventually after a short amount of time in your timeline if you followed the NEOS project, for instance. So, and by embracing eventual consistency, we have huge possibilities to optimize, because we can optimize for the user's expectations, but we can move operations which take long time basically to the background, and that is a big shift in thinking. And this shift in thinking is actually happening because we are embracing a concept called event sourcing and CQRS. And the talk was actually called Event Source Content Repository, and you might have heard about that also. And when preparing that, I've actually thought about it more on a conceptual level. So actually, that we use event sourcing is not important for the new content repository. What is important is that we use eventual consistency. So, and event sourcing is basically the technical mechanism how we enable that. I think it still makes sense for you to understand what is basically happening, because it means you can use that also in your projects, be it with the new content repository or without. So what is event sourcing? It's best compared to the classical CRUD-style database architecture, so where we have a database at the bottom, we have our model layer on top, and then we have modify operations and read operations, right? And the event-sourced architecture actually looks pretty similar, but we don't store, or our core of information storage is not a database anymore, but it's a thing called an event store. And what is an event store? An event store is a timeline, basically, where we can only append new events. So that means we can never change anything in the history, what has happened, but we can only add things to the end. So it's technically, that's called an append-only store. And that has has many benefits, as we will see, because we basically don't forget anything anymore in layman's terms. So that means instead of modifying the system state, we are actually able to append events to do things. And instead of reading the events, so then in the event store you basically have this list like what has happened when. That is nice for like tracing what has happened. But of course it would be really impractical if we would always need to see all the millions of events to just figure out, is this node visible or not, or does this node even exist, or does this node have a child node or anything like that. So that means we need something on the read side to happen as well. And this is actually a concept called a projection. And the projections are pretty much like the database tables you're used to right now, and that's also how they can look like usually. So actually what is happening is a shift in thinking that we place something in front of our model, which we call the event store and the event log, and this becomes our central nervous system of the whole ecosystem, basically. So let's talk quickly about how the projections work. So just remember, in the event store, we have this list of events happening one by one. So the projection is basically a model like database tables, stuff like that. We in the event store CR use just simple database tables. And we update, as new events come in, we update this state in the database tables, just as you would used to, and then we can just query these database tables as we are used to, just as you query your model right now. You might wonder, actually, why is that a big difference? Well, there are two key things here. The one is projections can be rebuilt. So that means, just imagine there's any weird state which has happened in the projections. What you can do is you can empty your database tables, and I know that looks really scary now, you know, throw out all your data, it doesn't matter. But then you start applying the event 1, you change your state, you apply event 2, 3, 4, and so on, until you've caught up to the current state. And by doing that, you will not just reach the current state when you have applied all the events, but you will have, in the meantime, also reached all the intermediate states, and that is so amazingly great for debugging. You know, you can exactly trace where things went wrong, actually. And that actually means that the days where you look at some database dumps and are like, what the hell, what has happened here? This is actually gone. So that's the one benefit. And to understand the second benefit, we need to follow the interactions of one path, basically, through the system. So that means one user interaction, one modification to the system. So let's follow along a user interaction like creating a node. The first thing we have is a thing called a command. A command is something like, please create this node for me. It records the user's intention. Then the command is converted to an event. That basically means a node has been created, and this is stored to the event store. So the difference is the command is basically saying, please try this for me, and then the system can say, yeah, this worked, or no, this didn't work. But as soon as the event has been persisted to the event store, it has happened. So that means the system cannot say anymore, well, this didn't work anymore, but it has to, it has to work with it. It is persisted at this point in time. Don't worry, that's just a technical detail, basically. So then we have the event store, and now we update our projections. The most important projection is so-called the content graph, and that is, I would say, the second main innovation in this new content repository, the first one being the whole event-sourced architecture, and the second one being actually the way we store the data in the database in this content graph. And just for completeness, the one side is called the write side, because it's dealing with the writing, and the other side is dealing with the reading, the projection side. And the border between the blue and the white world on both sides, actually that is the consistency border. So that means that is eventually consistent. To put it in words, what does that mean? It means that when an event is persisted in the event store, it takes a small amount of time until the projections reflect this state change. So that takes a bit, basically, to catch up. And there are some ways to work around that, as we'll see. So by doing that, so this is pretty much what you have, basically, if you would use a database, a classical database architecture, and put an event store in front of it. But what you get now is that you can add new projections. So that means you can denormalize your model for different scenarios and different use cases. You no longer need this one-size-fits-all model, what is used with the classical database world, where you have this one big database schema which has to be useful for any use case, but you can do specific models which can solve some specific problems very efficiently. So that means we have one model, for instance, which deals with the workspace changes, which is just responsible for displaying this counter up there in the top right corner of the Neos user interface. And then Bastian has worked with, has created another one, which is the routing and linking projection, which tremendously speeds up building links and resolving the links. So that means we can build a link just with a single database query, and right now we sometimes take a lot of them, and I think that is a really great improvement where we see lots and lots of performance benefits as well. So by doing that, we're able to optimize specific parts very, very heavily towards certain use cases. I think what is still important, that one model is like the main one, and that is the content graph. So like if you don't know where to look, you'll probably start there, but you are still able to add additional models, additional projections on the read side as well. So when we do that, we get some benefits, and actually the new content repository enables quite some benefits for us, which I'm going to explain right now. So after this detour of what is actually event sourcing, which powers all this logic and all the system, we'll get back to the outer layer again of the Neos new content repository, and let's explain what this enables, what this foundation does to us. So we can, again, build features which our users want. For instance, undo is a feature which we really want to build, and which this is the foundation for us to build. So that means in the first version of the new CR, there won't be any undo, at least not from the core team probably, but we have the foundation to build that in a really good way later on, or anybody in the community is of course also free to build that, and we would be really happy to help out with that as well, and to support you there. So if you need that with the new CR, then please get in touch with us, and we can guide you towards a good path. We can also, or we will also have more and more stability, because moving one node only creates one single change, one single event. And that also means that that's only one point where a conflict can happen. So that means if we move a parent node and somebody changes a node underneath, that's not a problem at all. It will directly, there will be no merge conflicts like we have right now. We will have way, way, way better debugging. It is so extremely helpful to answer what has the user actually really done. How did we end up in this weird state? You know, the question where we started up in the beginning, we can actually trace one by one, and we can figure out exactly where did the weird thing happen. And of course, this might be due to a bug in the content repository, for instance, but we will be exactly able to trace where this happened and then replay that again and again and again, exactly this point where the error happened. So it's basically like time traveling. You know, you can always jump back to a certain state where you know, okay, this was all good, and then you can travel to the point where the actual error happened. And that is extremely valuable. Then we have way better performance and scalability with the new content repository. Because we don't use the Doctrine ORM anymore, the object relational mapper, but we write plain SQL, and we can hand-tune that very much, and the queries get a lot easier and a lot better optimized, so the database can handle them a lot easier. And this content repository should not be useful for using within Neos, but actually it should be usable for many more scenarios. So, for instance, in a standalone case, if you just need content without the Neos ecosystem outside, or if you want to use that in a Symfony application, we have laid the foundations for that. If you want to use multiple sites, I'm come to that, or if you want to store assets in the content repository, we also want to enable that by that. And the system is really extensible, so you will be able to add new features like synchronization or undo or redo on top of the foundation. So that means we can decouple the work also, and we can experiment again more and more with it. But still, we are keeping concepts which work really well. So that means in the old content repository, the current one, we have the workspaces, dimensions with fallbacks, migrations, node repair, and node types. And actually, this is pretty much staying the same. Sometimes the namings are adjusted a bit, so node repair is called consistency checks and integrity violations. And the workspace concept is extended with a concept called content streams. But that's just really details. You know, basically these concepts all stay like they are, and especially the node types concept stays like it is. So that means the external API is exactly the same. But we also change APIs which were difficult. And the main three APIs which were really difficult in the current content repository was the node data repository, the node data object, and the node interface. You know, the node interface is like, I don't know, 3,000 methods long. I don't know, it's really huge. It has grown tremendously over time. It's just a pile of everything which you can do there. And not to mention the layers below, that's even more difficult to poke through that. So in the new content repository, we have the event store, we have the events, we have the commands and the projections. They are extensible. And we can take this whole package, shrink it down, and instantiate multiple instances of that. So that is huge, because that means you can take one of these packages and run them just in a Symfony application. But also inside Neos, you will be able to have one site, for instance, in one of these content repositories without any dimensions. And in the second content repository, you could have the site B and C, so two other sites with German and English dimension. And in the third content repository instance, we could just have assets stored with an even different dimension fallback configuration. So that we hope that this actually solves many ways or many parts of the problem where you want to run a multi-site installation, but actually you have different dimension fallbacks, for instance, what we don't support right now. And we're also experimenting, as already said, to use that without Neos, and we've done prototypes for that, and also without Flow. So we have done a prototype with just Symfony, and the content repository is not yet ready for that. So it's just prepared for that, but we need some more time to finish that. But actually, the event sourcing core package, you know, the underlying foundation which we've created, that is actually already usable in Symfony. And Timo Nussbaum will, in 2 hours, I think, at 12 o'clock, he will show how this works in a Symfony project, remote on the other stage. So that is really cool thing. So what are the three main innovations we are doing with the event-sourced content repository? So first, we are capturing users' intentions through commands and events with the concept called event sourcing. Then we have the content graph, And third, we have a clean and extensible PHP API, which is really, really good. So now let's talk about when. So how and when are we getting this? And of course, that is a question we are getting again and again, and I totally understand that. I really, really want to use that. And well, to put it short, we are really confident that NEOS 9.0 will contain the new content repository. And there's just a little star on that because it's a preliminary decision. So as you know, we have a NEOS sprint directly after the conference here in Dresden. And there we will really decide that. And but Bastian and Robert and Bernhard and some others, we have really thought it through quite a lot already. So we'll figure out the details and see if we forgot anything with the whole team. But the idea, and we are really confident right now that this will actually work out, that NEOS 9.0 will contain the new CR. And I'm going to explain now what this actually means. So that means what packages are changed, how we are going to do that, and what you need to modify in your packages. Because it's a community effort, and we need to move all of our stuff forward to the new world. So right now, we have two collections. If you try out the content repository, we have the NEOS development collection, which you all know, and then we have the NEOS content repository development collection, which is a layer on top. You know, we like layers. so it's a layer on top, basically, which was good for experimenting and was good for testing it all out together. But for the actual going live state, this won't work in practice. We've thought it in detail, and the way it will work out really the best way is the most easy and simple and clear strategy, which is we will merge all the changes from the separate collection into the NEOS development collection. And I'm going to explain now how this timeline actually will work and how we are going to do that. So right now, it's the last day of April. So NEOS 8.0 was released. So thanks again to everybody involved releasing 8.0. And that is actually the NEOS development collection. And then we have the master branch right now. And what we would normally do is actually we would develop the master branch, and then at some point we would release 8.1 from that, and then 8.2, and so on and so on. This is going to change now. So what we are going to do is we will directly fork the 9.0 branch of the 8.0 branch. And what we'll also do is, just to avoid confusion, we'll basically rename the master branch to 8.1 so that it's really consistent. So basically this means this branch will become 8.1 at some point, this branch will become 9.0 at some point. Don't worry, we of course don't delete the master branch, it just won't get updated anymore, so we won't break your Composer installations. So then what we'll do is actually we'll take the NEOS content repository development collection changes and merge them into the master branch. And as soon as that is done, we will release the 9.0 Alpha 1 version. And what this enables us is that we can do regular upmerges like we do in the current version of NEOS. So if we have a bug fix for an older version, we will upmerge them one by one until it ends up in the newest version. And that is what we can do then. So all the changes which are developed for 8.1, we will regularly upmerge them to 9.0 so that we don't diverge that much anymore. So that's the technical idea. And the second part is actually then when August 22 arrives and 8.1 is released. Actually, we will probably release a new alpha as well for the 9.0 branch, and we will do lots of communication. So that's the second very important part. So in all the official releases coming now, you can expect some communication, like what is the status, where are we on our path. And it might sound something like, you can start using the new CR alpha for projects with not that many package dependencies, because the packages need to change, or some packages need to change, which use the Node API. So that is some communication you will see in the release announcement in the 8.1 version, probably. Then in December, we'll release 8.2 and the corresponding alpha again. And actually, there we might have communication like, please adjust your packages for Neos 9.0. Here are some guides to do that, these kind of things. And then in April 23, 8.3 LTS was released. And afterwards, if all goes well, actually, August 23, August next year, we will release Neos 9.0 if all goes to plan. Yes. So it might be that we need another 8.4, for instance, if something is not ready, but that's actually what we plan for, and I think it's very realistic to also keep that. But this means actually you have time starting with 8.1 until 9.0 to gradually adjust your packages and gradually, start with the easy projects, start with new projects with a new CR, and we as a community can actually gain experience in production more and more and more, and then with with 9.0 we can start moving the bigger projects which have lots of package dependencies because the packages already exist for the new version. And of course, big changes will be coordinated with the 9.0 branch. So that means if anybody of the core team, but we also hope that everybody in the community who would like to contribute something big to the 8.0 branch, 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 branch, please let us know so that we can coordinate that together. So one thing we had in mind, for instance, is for the workspace module, we would like to have a better diff view at some point. And that is something we would like to have. If somebody of you wants to work on that, for instance, because he needs it for a project, please talk to us so that we can make sure that there's a generic API which can be used from 9.0, from the event source part, and from the classical part as well. And we strive for public API compatibility during the alpha versions, but of course we cannot fully promise it yet, but at least that's what we're really aiming for one by one. Right, so where are we right now? Actually, I would say there are no unknown unknowns anymore. So the core of the content repository, of the new content repository, is really, really stable. If you saw the changes happening in the last few years, up to like a year from now, we still had bigger organizational changes in the packages. I think in the last year, we didn't ever have to change a single event in the backend, for instance. What has been our efforts in the last months was actually getting the upper layers right, getting the Fusion integration right, getting right how you access the content repository within Neos, and this is what we are still going to do. We are pushing it as fast as we personally can. And of course, it also matters like how much momentum can we get in the community. We cannot release 9.0 if no package basically has been updated to work with that. That won't work out. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, that's a nice shiny version, but of course you can't use it because nobody cares. So actually we need a community effort. We need all of you as the core team. We want to reach out to you and want to together want to reach that goal. So what can you expect from the CR in Neos 9.0? I've explained a lot about now the big vision, the big ideas we want to reach in the future with all these things. So in Neos 9.0, there will very likely be no undo or redo feature, at least not from the core team, if nobody in the community steps up. But what is inside? It's the stable API. It is the rendering and Fusion layer, which runs unmodified in like 95% of the cases. That's actually a state we already have. It is the feature to run multiple content repositories. That is something which we are preparing right now and which will which will happen just together with the merge into the NEOS collection branches. And the user interface will probably be really similar to what we have right now. It will just run with a new foundation underneath. And I'm personally looking so much forward to have the foundations done so that we can start building the cool features on top, you know, like the nice user interfaces and so on. So actually, that is what we all want to get to. But of course, first we need to get the foundations ready. Right. And then there's one thing we need to talk about. Who is using MySQL or MariaDB? Yeah. Who is using Postgres? A few? It's getting more and more people. That is nice. So, I personally, I have been the same, you know, like 90% of our projects run on MySQL, for instance, but I've been studying the Postgres manual and books more and more enthusiastically, and I was like, oh, there are so many cool features in, like multi-value fields, like JSON with index, like full text search in the database, and so on and so on. And there's one. So Bernhard is actually currently working on the Postgres support for the event source content repository. So right now we only support MariaDB MySQL, but Bernhard is working on the Postgres version as well, on the Postgres content graph. And one feature would really help us. And to explain that, I would like to explain how the graph relation actually works, because that demonstrates it really well. So right now, what we have is we have two nodes, the parent and the child node, and we have a single connection from the parent to the child, as you would expect. And if you have two nodes in the sublayer, we have two connections from the top to the bottom. So that means we have two database entries, you know? And if you have three children, we have three database entries, and so on and so on. With the multi-value fields in Postgres, what we can actually do is we can have like a cable which has just one end on the top and has three ends at the bottom, you know, some multi-core cable basically, which means that we only need a single database row to store that. And if you imagine that if you, on average, a node has, let's say, 5 child nodes, we get a reduction of data in terms of a factor of 5. If you have a big site which has on average 10 child nodes, then we get a reduction of data in the database by a factor of 10. And I'm not talking percent, I'm talking factors here. So the system will get will have to deal with 5 times less data or 10 times less data. And this speed up we have tested is so extremely valuable that actually we will probably recommend Postgres for big installations with the event source content repository. Oh, everybody is stunned. Everybody's shocked now, silence, oh God, what is happening? No, so again, we know it takes some time. We also have you covered for MySQL and MariaDB, so smaller installations will of course still work, and that's not a problem at all. But for big installations, I think actually Postgres is really, really beneficial. And I think we as a community, we can extremely profit from changing our mindset to Postgres as well in the upcoming months and years, because we can then profit from so many features which are in there. We don't need Elasticsearch for simple cases. We can index JSON directly, for instance. Yeah, that all works, and it doesn't with MySQL. Right. So how do we need to adjust our packages? Let's go through an example. Don't worry in the slides. So if you know the Node API, it will get used to it. If you want to create a node right now, you just use node create node right now in the old world. Then you can set a property, right? Actually, that's not. When are the things persistent? I don't know. And the difficult question is now, how do we get the parent node in the current world? Who actually could write down directly how to get the parent node here? I can't? Robert, okay, Carsten, you don't count. So actually it's like this. It's easy, right? Context factory create, blah, 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 blah. I always have to look this up, copy paste this from some other project. It's just the hell. In the new world, it's a bit different. actually we create a command. It says, please create a new node. And what we have to add in is something like a workspace. We have to generate a new identifier. We have a node type. We have the information which language version to create. We need some user identifier, the idea, and the initial values. So, and what we then need to do is we need to pass this command to a thing called the command handler. Don't worry about that in detail, but just think about, okay, creating a command and submitting it to the system. And this will mean that sometimes this node will be created. Or sometimes it's useful to know, okay, this has already happened. So what we have is some nice feature called block until projections are up to date. So the line really at the bottom of the screen right now. This is actually what helps us to ensure that things are really, really persistent and in the state and so on and so on. So creating node looks a bit different from the code size. It's pretty similar, but I think from the concept, it's way easier. If we read nodes in the old version, well, you still need to do the same context stuff. So you somehow need to get the context, but then you can traverse the nodes, you can traverse properties, but you can only do that one by one. So you only can do this like individually or step by step. And in your world, it's a bit different. Everything you get is plain value objects. They are read-only, they are immutable, you can pass them on wherever you want. It's really fast because there's no object relational mapper involved. But there's one difference, and this is you don't go to the node itself to ask for its children, but you go to the node accessor. And this means we need to create our node accessor, and we need to say, okay, I want to access a node in a certain workspace without dimensions, and in the front end or in the back end, for instance. So that it means it can restrict it to hidden or non-hidden pages, nodes as usual. If we have the node accessor, we can do something like find a node by identifier, and then we can do something like, yeah, give me the properties of the node. And yeah, it looks a bit complicated now, probably because we have all these value objects which bloat this up a bit, but actually you won't notice that usually because it's very rare that you will create such a value object from scratch, but usually you have them already on the parent node. But this means actually you cannot do anything wrong anymore with the API because every property is type safe. You know, there's not just string, 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 and you need to pass on the second to last string, you pass in the node name or something like that, like it's right now, but it's all type safe parameters, which is way easier to use. Oh, thanks. So, and when you have the node accessor, you can again find the child nodes of a certain node, for instance. Yeah. What about Fusion and flow query? Well, actually, it stays the same, pretty much, except just two things. The context operation is deprecated because basically we don't have a context anymore, but still for very common operations we have some legacy layer which bridges it to the old and the new world together. So that means we can do something like context workspace name and context invisible content shown. This will still work. And the second change is asking a node for a node path. It will actually work, but it's really, really slow because we have to go all the way up, so that is a really slow operation. So best is actually to not rely on the path information, so don't do that if possible. And that's like the amount of adjustments you might need to do in your Fusion. So you will grab for stuff like .context, for .node path, and then start adjusting that according to the rules, basically. There are also some other ideas. You need to, so the standard flow query operations, they will work right out of the box. If you have custom flow query operations in PHP, you need to re-implement them with the APIs I've shown beforehand. And we also have some crazy ideas, or actually Bernhard has some crazy ideas in the room. So if you want to learn a lot about graphs and hyper and I don't know what other really cool, and Cypher and really cool stuff, yeah, so just ask Bernhard about that. He's really hyped about that, and I only understand half of it actually, what he explains, but I think it's really cool. And with the content graph, he's already pushed the limits really a lot. Right. So what is important is please let us coordinate bigger changes together. So let's meet in the Slack channel if you want to build a new workspace module. or if you want to build a new part of the Neos UI, for instance, and then please let's just talk and make sure that it fits together so we don't need to do the thing twice. If you want to learn anything about the new content repository, there's, I think, a few resources which I can point to. The most recent one is actually that Helmut Hummel and myself, hi Helmut, have been recording a web series, and we'll continue to do that after the conference as well, where we deep dive into certain parts of the Neos user interface, of the Neos content repository, and go through that step by step. Every episode is like an hour long, more or less, and it touches an individual topic of the content repository. The first one gives an overview. The second one targets the graph projection. The third one targets implementation details. This is all in German because that was more easy for us to talk there. We also have resources in English, as I'll show in a bit. So one thing is, on the docs side, there's quite some documentation already available, but it's just moved to a weird place because it's inside contributing to Neos, so it's in contributing, and then there's event source content repository. We'll probably move that somewhere else, but that's where you find it right now because it's not yet part of the public API. Then again, I've already said the Slack channel. This is the easiest way to reach all of us. Yeah, so let's talk about what we want to achieve from that. So I personally would like to have something like that, some time slider, something like showing what has actually changed. That would be so nice, so amazing. Actually, that was created by Jens Hoffmann many, many, many years ago. You still see the Typo 3 logo on the top right. So that was one of the core ideas driving us for so many years now, and I think with the Event Source CR, we actually have the basis to make that a reality. I personally would like to have editing notifications. So something like, something has changed. You need to translate something. You need to do something here. These kind of things. This is all information I personally would love for our editors to have. I'd love to have something like synchronization between instances so that we can send content to another instance in a federated way and not build a big ecosystem where everything is locked together, but actually where we can pass information on and share information between instances. But in the end, it's all up to your ideas. We want to enable you to build great software and a great basis where we couldn't even think about what you come up with. So that is really what excites me most, actually. So that was quite a ride. So there's one topic left to say. Actually, I've started the slide with you remember I've spent 7 of my 33 years talking and thinking about Event Source CR. Of course, I've slept and I've spent some time with my family and with my company and so on, but still, that has been in my mind forever. These talks would not be complete without saying thanks. The biggest applause and thank you goes to Bastian and Bernhard, so thank you so much for everything you've done. So they're like the partners in crime, which we are calling each other at random times and saying like, oh, we had some crazy ideas, and then we talked forever, and it's such a pleasure to work with you and to discuss things. Also a big thanks to Christian, Robert, Carsten, and some others who have pushed the ideas at various points forward, who participated in workshops, who shaped the whole core idea. So thank you to all of you. And I have 2 more thanks to say. The one is thank you to the whole Neos team who stand behind these crazy ideas for such a long time, who improve Neos again and again, bigger and smaller scale, who do all the tireless work of all the upmerges, of all the bug fixes, of all the reviews, and improve the Neos on a daily basis. So thank you to all of you. And I was at a point I was a bit scared, like I was frightened in the beginning, like okay, do the team separate somehow? But it didn't happen at all, and I'm really glad for that. That everybody of the team, no matter if he or she has done something in the event CR, has pushed that forward and followed this thinking. So thank you so much. And the last people I want to thank is the community, is all of you. Thank you so much for being so curious and open-minded with so much positive energy, who bared with us when we talked about it for so many years. So thank you so much. And now it's just saying me, let's rock this together and let's get Neos 9.0 out of the door with a rich ecosystem of all the packages supporting it with all of you together. Thank you so much for your attention.
Wow. And thank you, Sebastian, for a great talk.
It's a pleasure.
Wow.
I
Great.
think it was a very good wrap-up of all the topics. I remember being at your company last year, I think,
Yeah.
and you told me everything in person, and I think for all the new ones who didn't knew the topic, it was great. Thanks.
Wow. Well, you actually, different topic. You put so much effort also, not only into the event source content repository, but also here in this conference and the preparations and everything. How was your first day?
Exciting. It was really cool to have everybody seeing here. We were talking like two days ago when the venue was still empty, we were all like, oh, it's really gonna happen. And all the days I was really frightened, like, okay, hopefully nobody in the organizing team will get a positive test and these kind of things, and like really fingers crossed and these kind of things. But actually it went really smoothly, and it's just a great pleasure to have everybody here again on stage and talking in the breaks. So it just feels so good.
Wow. Great. So we have some questions?
Yes, we have some questions. Actually, about contribution. There was a question, how could I contribute to the event-sourced content repository?
Yeah. So contributing can be done in various ways. So best is actually first reaching out to us in the Slack channel, and then we'll just quickly have a chat together or talk, maybe call together, and then see what are you doing? Are you like a PHP developer or a Fusion developer, or what are your skills basically? And then we'll find something which fits for you. So. For instance, Helmut is contributing with me recording this thing, so he has not any prior knowledge actually, but that makes it so valuable, because it's way easier to explain something with somebody who can ask really good questions together, for instance. So that is one part to contribute. Another one is just, for instance, I would love if we would have these recordings also in English on the website in some sense or the other, and then, of course, also code-wise, I think now when we have merged into the 9.0 branch in a few weeks from now, then you can test it on your small projects, your big projects, give feedback. We need to iron out the small glitches. By the way, the system has a huge test coverage. We have several thousand tests. The tests run for half an hour or something, so it's really a big basis. Wow. But that also means, there's not much you can actually break, so you don't have to afraid of trying out things. Yeah.
Great. Question: will it also help, like sponsoring or financially?
Yeah, actually, it would help really a lot in the last years. So we have. It was always the problem, like saying, okay, when is it actually ready? And we couldn't explain the answer, of course. We couldn't say, okay, this is what we need, and it's still hard to put a price tag on it. Definitely, but what we've seen is that we've taken about 10,000 euro of the Neos core team budget of, I think, 30 in total, so it's not that much, but we've spent a sizable amount of that for Bastian and me and parts and Bernhard. And that helps because that shifts our priorities a bit. It's just way easier just to stay on the ball, because the event source content repository is not a topic I can do like when I have half an hour left or something. It's really something I need 4 hours at least to get into, to really be in a productive mood, so to speak. And then it is just a lot of fun. So yeah, funding definitely helps. the best way would actually to be if you signed up for sponsoring for the NEOS community, on the booth outside or on the website, because then we as the NEOS team, we can allocate the funds then. That would be the easiest way actually.
Yeah, or you just come to any of us and talk with us.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
About that, yeah.
Oh, there are quite some questions coming in right
Wow.
now. Let's see. How will a node in the new content repository be identified exactly unique?
Basically it's again, you have the workspace and the dimension, so that's like the basis, that's what you always need, and then you have the node identifier, and that's it. So it's pretty much the same, it's just that this thing is actually what we call a node address. That is like a public identifier of a node, and these three things together, and this identifies a node completely, yeah.
Let's pick the next one. Well, we think we are out of schedule again, so you are used to it, I think.
We still have a slight delay from yesterday. But we have experts from Deutsche Bahn helping us. So.
Will it also be possible to have separate YAML node type configurations across different repositories in a multi-site installation?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we don't know yet, basically. So right now we are doing the foundations just to get like the code base ready. But then on one of the next steps, it would be like how you configure that. So that's not yet figured out. So that would be the idea, to make this possible at some point. But we are not yet sure about the details yet.
Yeah, and I guess I choose one small question. Please feel free to ask Sebastian afterwards.
You can. No, I don't say it again. What I've been saying many years ago.
Will there be a migration for the content from old to new in the content repository?
Yeah, there is already a migration. So because we need a way to test that, so there is a command controller which reads the old node data and creates the events for the new one. So that's actually what we run for just testing it out. And what we can say, it seems to work pretty well. So of course it works in a demo site, which is really small, but it also works with the doc site, which has a few thousand nodes already. And so the doc site is actually what we are testing it right now. So yeah, that is definitely there, and it's working pretty well. It still might have some rough edges here and there, but yeah, that's definitely there, yeah.
So thank you again.
Well, we still have a present for you, of course. I think you didn't get yours yesterday,
no,
so you have it today. We still have some missing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Really cool. Thanks a lot.
Wow, that was cool.
So
now,
the next talk would have been 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
But I think after this talk, this much information, you need a little break.
Yeah.
So I think we will continue.
At 11:30, grab a coffee, come back here, and next up is Christopher Lubeck from Network Team, and he's going to tell about end-to-end CI solution for NEOS projects. So stay tuned.
I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. You take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I was bored with you. I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Klaus. Did I mention that I love music on conferences? So,
Who's next?
next one is Christopher Lubeck from Network Team. And he's going to tell about an end-to-end CI solution. And he is the CEO and founder of Network Team. So welcome on stage, Christopher.
Yeah, so hello everybody. I hope you are fresh from yesterday's party. So yeah, we have quite some ground to cover, so I'm sorry beforehand. It's quite some stuff, but I hope it's interesting for you, and I think many of you have seen some parts of it, and I'm super happy about discussing other solutions and ideas. So yeah, automation. I really love it if you work on something like a CI pipeline scripting and you do something and things automatically work and help you a lot of time, especially if you have processes where things are repeating and you're doing things over and over. And yeah, most of you know automation, why doesn't it work? So waiting on a pipeline, you have to retry, you can't deploy because something isn't working. So yeah, in the end, it's always the little things. Yeah, you know, this small part. So it shouldn't prevent us from automating things, but we have to like embrace the complexity that some things are not easy, and we have to take care about robustness and making things work. So before, why do we automate? And what are reasons? Why do we do it and put energy and time into it? Because in the end, it's some kind of waste. It doesn't make the direct product better. It's a process improvement because we learned we needed to have more complex processes, more tooling, and everything to enable it. So I thought about this, and one thing for me was, yeah, we care about the developer experience. That's one part. If I have good automation in a project, it can make the difference between it's fun to use and it can really scale to more developers. And then again, it's not only developers, it's about the creators of projects. It's not only people writing code, it's people dealing with content, with reviewing design changes in a style guide, and having a new node type implementation, checking that it works, also from the editing perspective before it hits production and you get feedback from editors, and also involving the customer. So, like I said, it's about having fast feedback. If you want to work agile, I'm no agile expert, but I think one of the philosophies is fast feedback loops. It's really important also for your development process. So this again, I think automation can help there. And another important aspect is we don't want people to know how a deployment works, or only single people. And if somebody is not available, nobody knows how to deal with the deployment or changes. So it's super important to capture knowledge in like a stable way, and not only a documentation or wiki is nice, but it's mostly out of date. So I think you heard the term infrastructure as code and GitOps and whatnot. The essence is, if you capture the knowledge in something that's really executed, it doesn't get out of date because it's used daily or weekly, and yeah, until it doesn't work. But so of course, continuous integration. It's a word we mostly use in a different sense than it was originally ideated or thought about. So for me, it is, okay, we check that changes don't break anything, that we can work in parallel on projects and check in changes and make sure everything still fits together. So that might be running a build, of course, executing some scripts and making sure for JavaScript projects you mostly have a build phase doing that. So compile code, build front-end assets, And of course, we not only have the build itself, but for most source code nowadays, you have static checks, like having a linter, or with TypeScript, a type checker, or also in PHP with Psalm, PHP Stan, or other tools. So yeah, that's one important part you want to automate, not only on your developer machine, but make sure everybody is adhering to the same rules. And of course, testing. How many of you use tests daily in your projects? Yeah, could be more. Yeah, so I do testing for quite some time, and I know there are many different approaches, from pure TTD to having only end-to-end tests. So there, I think, boils down to me possibly a combination of multiple things, depending on your project and risk, might be a good choice. So just do it, get comfortable with it, and yeah. So unit tests, of course. If I have a complex algorithm or some more interesting stuff, it's really good to have that in unit tests inside your packages. Also functional tests, doing some things with the database, making sure your queries work, can help you reduce risk. And I linked it there, so you can look it up in the slides later. There's also an interesting package, for example, to have snapshot tests of Fusion presentational objects. So it doesn't take so much time. So we don't use it extensively, but I think it's super interesting to have a good testing strategy. Yeah, after testing, you want to release it. So I think many of you already do. Do you do automated deployments? Yeah, okay. So I think that's super important to have some kind of automation. Mustn't be well, it doesn't have to be a complete CI solution, but at least capturing all the steps that are necessary. It really helps you to make them, yeah, reproducible, and in the end, you want to do it often. You want fast feedback loops. You don't want to work on your project and after a few weeks have the next deployment and things don't work and somebody forgets steps. And so the more often you do it, the better. So yeah, and before we can deploy, we need some artifacts. So artifacts is a fancy word for files and packages or an archive or a Docker image that you can use for your production release. So in the beginning, I started with a project called Surf, which is, I don't know who still uses it, but we looked into other communities, and they used an approach where you fetch from the target server, you fetch Git changes and then do stuff. And yeah, I think nowadays the way is really to think in artifacts, immutable deployments. You build the artifact, you make sure it gets to the target node or server or cluster or whatever, runs your code, and that makes the whole thing really more streamlined. And in the end, what we want to achieve with all that effort is get early feedback from fellow developers, collaborators, from the customer. And so we need some place for them to go. In the end, every NEOS project is a website, has a URL. So what we do, and I think that's one of the most important things I wanted to achieve when we went into the whole container and Kubernetes journey. For us, it was a few years ago. It really was we want to get this thing for review deployments. It's what we call it. You could also call it preview deployments. It's like having a branch. For each branch, you have a separate deployment. And getting that working with a consistent, isolated state, because it really helps, I think. You don't always need it, but it makes it so much easier to collaborate on projects while developing. Yeah, that's one really important part, and I will go into detail there. Then, of course, verify correctness. Unit tests and functional tests can only take you so far. In the end, it's always good to have a manual test to make sure the new feature you worked on is really behaving like it should in an isolated environment and not only on a developer machine. So it should happen on some disposable instance, so you get a fresh state, you can do some stuff, maybe you find some issue and you can reset the state. And I've seen countless bugs where it was hard to reproduce because you had some other state and interfering and not a complete fresh setup, for example. So, and of course we can automate that. And ideally you have some kind of really important things like user sign up, sending a form, or having some really key result of your project, and that should be captured in end-to-end tests if possible. So we can use the same approach, run the end-to-end tests on the environments we carefully prepared for feedback. And so this whole thing fits together really well, I think, if you apply some ideas. And we can go further. We can also do measurements. We can, for some projects, we already implemented that, and it's really interesting if you measure web vitals with a Lighthouse CI, for example, and record metrics, because you can do that, of course, with a production instance, but doing that before you go into production also helps. For example, really with web vitals, if yeah, I don't know, some rules change, some things are treated differently after a while, and you want to check that you're still having a decent score there, or it doesn't degrade because you implemented a new feature with JavaScript and nobody tested it before, and now your initial page load gets bad because, I don't know, there are so many reasons why it could happen. And yeah, that's why we should automate, I think, and we get a lot of benefit. It helps, of course, if you have a project where you can allow to do it, and in the end you can easily copy the approach to other projects. So in the end it's all files and configuration, and if you enable this approach for you, you can transfer it to other projects you do. So we can even start to do it for smaller projects, because in the end it's some boilerplate setup we can copy or have prepared packages or includes we can apply to a project. So yeah, I want to show you how we do it. It's not the only way to do it, of course. We have some opinions on what on the tools we use, on the environments we use, but it also changes. It's not meisured in stone. I don't know the English. Carved in stone. It's things we change, we learn, we adapt to new ideas, and this is where this community is awesome, because you can all the time you learn new ideas about new tools, new approaches, and this really helps. So one super important thing I really try to use is having mono repositories. So for all of you that don't know what that means, it means you have one repository that could have many components. We just use the word components for that. It's not front-end components or something. It's like, yeah, this is my mono repository, and I have my NIOs. I have the documentation that I render, maybe in different formats. I have a native app with whatever technology. I have maybe a JS app front-end from my side, and some additional microservices. And this all goes into one repository, which has a few key advantages. Is you don't have to have dependencies for changes to other repositories, manage different versions, and you really save a lot of different commits and pushes and updating versions and fetching packages if you use other approaches of sharing code. And we tried so many approaches like Git submodules and everything, and yeah, I'm a fan of that, and I think with the tooling nowadays it's works reasonably fine. And gives you a lot of important features. So yeah, we use GitLab CI. You can use GitHub Actions, you can use Bamboo. There are countless newer ones for GitOps-driven things. all CI solutions have different scopes and different features. I think the ideas are the same at Jenkins, of course. We started with Jenkins. Yeah, choose what you know, and I think the ideas can be adapted to many different solutions. It's not GitLab special, but I will present the approaches with GitLab CI. So what GitLab CI has, or GitLab as the basis, is a project which is kind of your repository with some other data around. And inside this repository, you configure the CI with a YAML file. Yay, YAML. There will be more YAML in this talk. Here you have your CI configuration. It's right in your Git repository. It's not an ID, like an IDE in your system where you have to configure it with forms. And I really like that because, yeah, it's versioned. You can copy it. It's a file. And I think this approach is also applied to other systems or used in other systems. Of course, you can have quite some amount of YAML if projects get large. So there are some features to help you organize it better if you embrace them. And to be honest, GitLab CI config is pretty large. They pump out a lot of features. So they have a really tight schedule of delivering you nice features. But this also means the complexity of the configuration expands over time because there are many different ways to do things. And usually the documentation is pretty decent, but it's a lot. So yeah, inside your project, if you have a GitLab CI, GitLab will basically, if you push something, and then it will start a pipeline. And a pipeline is a single run of the CI with jobs, which are actually things that do something, like you described, in different stages. And a job, for example, runs in a container. There are different ways to run jobs. This is called executors in GitLab CI. The basic idea is you have some kind of microservice, which is called GitLab Runner. You can run it locally on a shared server, on a Kubernetes cluster, and then you have an executor, which is like the strategy to use. Do I run my jobs in Docker containers or just as bash scripts? We use that, for example, to build apps on a Mac Mini. Locally, you don't have Docker native, so we just use a bash executor, which works okay. So, and many of these runners can be connected to one GitLab instance, which is pretty nice. So, but I will now focus mainly on containers because I think they have a lot of advantages of running CI jobs. You don't have a much better isolated environment with a perfect PHP version you need and libraries installed and whatever, and you can freely choose the perfect image as the base to run your thing, which is called a script. A script is basically an array of commands, a list of commands that you want to perform, like run bin/php unit with a configuration. That could be one script to run unit tests. So, and the job will mostly just run in the directory where you have a checkout of your project. So that is the basic configuration if you don't change anything, and then you can use the state of the project. And here you see again, it's really valuable to have a monorepo because you have a single state of all your project components in one snapshot in a single commit, and this helps here again. And a job also has rules. Rules are newer in GitLab CI. Before they had different properties to adjust when a job should run and when not. And with rules, it's more complicated, but you can have like expressions based on variables. I want to run jobs if a merge request was created, if a commit was pushed to the main branch, and also GitHub Actions are pretty flexible in the way. But yeah, with rules, if you get used to it, you can do a lot of funny things, and can also break if you don't really understand what they do. But there are some examples, and I I also have the whole example how to apply them to a monorepository. So when the script runs, you create artifacts. For example, you install composer packages, and artifacts in GitLab CI basically say, I want to store these paths. In these paths of my project, I have a build output. That could be the output of a front-end build, compiling your assets, and then some CSS or JavaScript will be compiled and generated, or images, or you install Composer, and that is your, we don't have traditionally a compile step in PHP applications, and so it doesn't really matter. You give GitLab CI a path, and then jobs can depend on other job artifacts, and you can say, give me the artifacts of this other job. I'm interested in using them. And so through this, you can have a combination of, I do Composer install here, yarn or npm install and build there, and then have a later job which takes all that together and does something with it, like building a Docker image, like we later see. And an important thing to understand is caching of jobs, because you don't want to start with a completely fresh world every time. It's really beneficial to have like the already downloaded Composer packages in some path and reuse them. So that's what we use. There are different strategies, but I would recommend not to store the whole node modules folder, for example, or all installed packages in a cache, but rather if you use a dependency manager, which obviously you want to use for Neos, store the folder where the dependency manager downloads the packages in the cache. So which works pretty well, and it can safely be deleted, and if you have issues, but there are seldom issues with that. Maybe it gets larger if you have new versions and older don't get removed. So caches help you that you don't download the whole internet every time you start a new build. That really speeds things up. So if we combine all that, we end up with stages. You can name the stages whatever you like. The basic idea is stages are like the pipeline in different stages. So we start with a build, then do tests, then create our Docker images, which we then use to deploy to some environment. And after that, we use the freshly deployed instance to run acceptance tests. This is our stage setup, for example. But for different projects, it might differ because we do things in another order, and you're free to adjust. And by design or by standard, GitLab would execute all the jobs in a stage in parallel, wait until all of them are finished, and then start with the next stage. And you can be more clever if you use needs. Needs is also a little bit newer. It's there for quite some time, and it's pretty usable right now, which the jobs form a graph, a so-called DAG, directed acyclic graph, which means it flows in one direction, basically. And what we can do, it reorders the jobs. So jobs in later stages can already begin if they don't have any needed dependency that is not yet finished. So, for example, the JavaScript tests could already run before you have a Composer install or other things. So also, this is making it nice. If you work on your pipelines, then look, where do I spend my time building things and then optimizing things with needs or caching. So first of all, like always in software development, make it work, then make it nice and efficient. So yeah, so that's really useful. And what we now do, if we have all this set up in GitLab CI, is we want to create environments, deployments, basically. So GitLab calls that environment, which basically is anything you want to give a name, and it can have a URL if it's a web app or website. And what we use for in most projects, not only Neos, but also most other projects, is a review environment. So the thing about review environments is it's auto-deployed for each merge request or branch. And it is completely reset on each deployment. So it creates a fresh database state. It imports some site dump for Neos, for example, so that you have some starting ground, or if you have a web application or other application, it imports some kind of fixture data or creates random fixture data. So we have all different approaches depending on the project, so where it makes sense. And what you want to have in the end is to have a dynamic URL. So each merge request or branch gives you a shiny new URL where you can have a look at that deployed environment. So that's what we want to have. And we do not only want to have that for merge requests, I also want to do that for the default or main branch, master branch, whatever you call it. And basically the same rules apply. You want to have a fresh instance, it should start with fresh data, and we also want a URL, but in this case we kind of have only one default branch, so we can have a fixed URL, and this is quite handy because you can bookmark it and it always stays the same, and I really often use it to, like, how is the latest state of this thing, and then you go to the integration URL and you can see, this is how it's currently done, and it's pretty easy to use that for feedback and having a look. Why does it break for this? Let's have a look at integration. It's done. So it really helps to have this setup in place. And then we also have a staging environment, and staging is auto-deployed for tags. So whenever we tag a commit, then the staging deployment is already executed. And the difference is, for staging, we decide to have persistent data. So we do not want to have a completely fresh setup, but for example, user-generated data or content changes, we want to keep them. And because staging should behave more like production. And nothing prevents you from having more than one staging, but that's our usual setup. So staging also gets a fixed URL, and most of the time staging is the part where you communicate, or where we communicate with our customers. There are different, depending on the situation, we might want to collaborate on a feature, on a merge request. But most of the time you can say, hey, here's the staging version, have a look at it. Then we can do it in production. And even inside our team, we often have discussions, why do we need an integration? Where's the difference to staging? And yeah, in my view, integration is the most current state. It's always fresh. If you do content changes, for example, then yeah, you can test something out, but on the next deployment, it's overwritten and it's done. It's nothing you want to give a customer to test content, to start editing content. That's not good to have to do on an integration system. And it should be like kind of your reference system. If somebody tells, well, it works on my machine, now let's have a look at integration. And staging is more like a preview release. And so you can test also database and node migrations and other things, and you have more realistic content. We often, well, if we have more complex things that we do, we start to get a production dump and import it into staging. Of course, make sure with privacy concerns and delete user data and privacy-related data. And but it's really cool to have that in staging. Make sure a newer, more complicated feature works, and yeah. So then, after you've done that, of course, you want a production system. So production basically is also an environment. Depending on where you deploy it, it doesn't really matter for GitLab. It's just a name for the environment. And the strategy we use is, this is newer. This also came out of a nice productive discussion. we decided we wanted to auto-deploy for version tags, because basically most of the time it's tested before. We have quite some stuff. It shouldn't break dramatically. So we can just say, I tag a new version, and I can go, and after some time the pipeline is finished and it's deployed. And I get a notification via email or something. But sometimes you might have a more complicated feature that needs some collaboration to get into production. Maybe some other system where URLs need to be adjusted or whatever. There are a lot of cases. So we decided to have some kind of suffix which is allowed to semantic versioning and use something like release candidates, and then starting to push them automatically to staging, and then if everything is right, then you can manually click and deploy to production. So I think this setup gives you the best of both ideas, having like small bug fixes that are automatically deployed, and more complex releases where you want to be in control to finally click on deploy to production. Yeah. And so how we do it for some years, and we are shifting all the things we host and to Kubernetes, and also we have a lot of customers that are starting to use that as a technology. First of all, we use it for CI jobs and our dev deployments in a development cluster, but we also started to gain experience and using that for real in a production cluster for over a year, and this makes things really nice because you can use the same artifacts locally for development in your dev cluster for the environments, and then just use the same things in production with slightly different settings. And yeah, that's really, I think, that's where the whole story really makes sense to use that hand in hand. And really short overview of what you can do and how that works. Kubernetes is a pretty big thing, but I think the core things are not so hard to understand. Basically, you have the physical view of the system, which basically consists of a number of nodes or servers, which have different roles. Most of the time, you have some control plane, which doesn't do any relevant work. It's just for coordinating the cluster. And then you have a number of worker nodes, which could be quite high in a larger cluster. And our dev cluster uses 4 worker nodes, which is pretty much okay for our needs. And then you have a number of containers. And what Kubernetes does is it orchestrates the containers. So it makes sure the containers run on the correct node at the correct time and are stopped and started and configured correctly. And so that's basically the job. And on the other hand, it's really a shift in paradigm on how we think about deployments, because it's not, I don't think about having it on a server. It's more like we use the logical view of Kubernetes, which deals with resources. For example, namespaces. We can use namespaces to separate customers and projects. And then inside a namespace, we can have deployments, which are basically describing our applications. And inside these deployments, we have pods. Maybe you have heard the term before. It's strange in the beginning. What is pod? I have containers. Where's the difference? But a pod is basically a collection of containers, and you can't get any smaller than a pod. So a pod is the smallest unit you can. Kubernetes deals with. All containers in a pod are always running on the same server, on the same node. So that gives you some nice guarantees. And yeah, with that, you can scale. You can say, oh, I want this pod 2 times. Of course, that's not easy. Sometimes you have a local file system. So getting things to scale is a completely other story, but it's possible. And this already gives you all the right tools and like the domain language to think about that. And last things is a service connects to your running containers, which have a web server or the PHP or whatever you are deploying. And for our case, most important, we have dynamic URLs, which is called an ingress. We can assign a dynamic URL. You can automatically create SSL certificates with Let's Encrypt and everything. So it's a lot of complexity, but it gives you a nice dynamic system. It's really working out perfectly for these use cases. So, and this is our dev setup. We have a GitLab CI namespace, and for each project we have dev namespaces. And in GitLab CI, for example, we have our GitLab runner. And like I said, we use a Kubernetes executor. And this makes sure all our development jobs are scheduled as pods to Kubernetes. And nice thing is Kubernetes scheduler will figure out, okay, which server has enough, or has the least amount of CPU or memory and has all the required metadata set to run this, and it will schedule it. So you can have a large number of jobs running in parallel. So without dealing on a single server, it's quite hard to scale if you have one project where many developers will push at the same time and lots of pipelines run at the same time. So that's finally solved with having that. So yeah, multiple pods can start. Inside the pods, GitLab will start containers, but you don't have to deal with that. It's just, like I said, a job with a script, and GitLab, the Kubernetes executor will do the right thing for Kubernetes. And then after our deployment is done, we have a deployment, for example, for integration with an ingress with our URL we want or decided to use. And directly, besides that, we can have a review deployment with a dynamic name. We mostly use the branch name or CI commit ref variable, and that gets another ingress. So you can dynamically create a lot of instances. Don't do that, but you can have a lot of branches open at the same time. And but yeah, don't do that. Only have a few branches at a time. Yeah. So one little detail is how's that connected. GitLab has a setting to connect clusters. They are changing that currently to a new agent-based approach, but basically you can create your namespace in a Kubernetes cluster. You don't have to do that yourself. You can use a managed cluster or do that somewhere. And I think GitLab has some tooling for AWS or GKE, or I don't know, the EKS. I'm not using that for Kubernetes. And you connect it, and the nice thing is GitLab CI will have a complete Kubernetes client configured for you. If you use the Kubernetes tooling and you have a connected cluster, it will automatically have all the setup with certificates and everything to talk to your cluster. So, and up there you can, it's a little small, but nice thing is you can have like a dev cluster and a production cluster and say, for production environment, I want to use the production cluster. So it's multi-cluster. It's really easy to use. Just name your environments and you can choose which cluster should be used. So it's really working well. So what do we use to run stuff in Kubernetes? Of course, YAML, and these are called manifests. And the whole idea is your resources you run are declarative. You describe the state you want to have in the system, and all the things like deployments, ingress, service are called resources. Kubernetes is in itself an ecosystem of extensible, a little bit like a content repository with different node types, just with lots of microservices and metadata, of course, labels, annotations. You can do fancy stuff with that, like tag your stuff and say, I want automated backups for that, and I want to do this. So you can get crazy with that. How do you manage that? So lots of YAML. How do we do that? In the beginning, we used bash scripts and just replaced some variables, but that certainly didn't scale for larger stuff and was always a not so nice solution. And I finally started to use Helm after being a little bit reluctant to do that. And Helm is, in its current version, basically just a template engine. Give it values, you have templates, it creates YAML, and Helm manages applying that to Kubernetes as resources. And that works reasonably well. So yeah, the unit you work with in Helm are so-called charts. What we use, for example, is bundling that in the monorepo. So we have just a Helm folder with the templates. So it's easy to adapt per project. And for the deployment, the ingress, if you need special annotations to, for example, enable basic authentication or stuff like that, it's on the resources, and you can adjust that and use values depending on environment, on customization through values. And that gives you a lot of flexibility. So you think about the API of your chart in terms of these values, then implement that in templates. And in the end, Helm will manage releases, and release will have metadata, which values were used, a version number, and it can be managed via Helm, so it's easy to test that locally and just create a new release. And but it's also easy to do in the CI. So it's basically easy. I always need to use custom Docker images. I don't know why, but I always have ideas that are not done anywhere else, and I need to create custom Docker images for that. But yeah, and what I found out, what's really nice to do and helps us a lot, because it's, like I said in the beginning, it's the little things. It's not, if you have some understanding of that, it's not so hard to do it, but I always need some hours to get a reasonably large project done if I start to do new stuff. It's because everything must be consistently named, and variables here, and environments variables there, and everything has fit together. And unit tests in Helm really helped me getting it right before doing lots of cycles on the actual CI, which always takes some minutes. And so you can have snapshots. If I have these templates and these values, I want to create this YAML, and it will snapshot that, and so you can refactor. It's really nice. And you can also have custom assertions, test different values, and see that some parts of YAML change. So it's not hard to do. It's really easy, and it helps you developing Helm charts. And so I always thought about, oh no, I don't want to do all my own Helm charts. And yeah, it's quite doable with that. Yeah, some example how that looks in practice is this. It's a little bit small to read for you, but basically we have a lot of YAML, and we have like our project components or things we need to deploy, like a Postgres server and the Neos itself, and maybe other parts. These are, you can decide how you structure that. That is your thing, how you want to deal with the configuration. And then you can have settings on your Neos, environment variables, and extend that. But the most important thing is we use Git Docker images with tags, and of course, if we want to deploy branches, we need separate Docker images with the code for this branch. So we use tags and use like an CI commit ref or some other slug for the. It's not allowed to use every character for a Docker image tag, so must be careful there. But basically, we use different tags, and so the Helm chart uses the correct tag for the Docker image for that environment. So how that looks is like this is our deployment job, for example, and this is a rule. It runs for the default branch. It's the integration job. And here we configure our environment. And this is basically the whole special configuration for integration. I decided to just have it here inline and not sitting somewhere else. But it's up to you how you want to write that. And so this is basically overriding the default values. Because for integration, I want to set up an admin user with a not-so-secret password, maybe automatically import a side package. I decide on the actual URL with the TLS certificate and give it some annotations so GitLab can find it. And here I use the tag that is dynamically built for this. Yeah, basically it's always latest here, but for review deployments it matters. So, and I want to use a Postgres server, so we run for production, we run Postgres in a cluster, HA setup, but here it's just a deployment and we throw it away if we're done. So it's a little bit easier. Yeah, this is basically the workflow, and I found it really nice in comparison to what we've done before. Yeah, so if you want to build Docker images, there are quite some tools. I always look what can we do better? Is there something easier? And we settled with Canico. I don't know if any of you heard about that. No. And but it's really nice if you want to build Docker images in unprivileged environments. So unprivileged means you don't need access to the Docker's daemon with the Docker socket. So this is also called Docker in Docker, and I never liked it, and I wouldn't recommend it. And these were always the official examples of GitLab. Just use Docker in Docker, share your Docker socket, and yeah, it's basically like giving root access to your server. So it's not a good idea. And Canico runs in a container and doesn't need privilege builds, and is mostly completely compatible with Docker builds. So, but we found some edge cases, and I think I also fixed a bug there once. And nice thing is you can have a shared build cache, which can speed up your Docker builds. If you know about Docker and the layer build cache, that's nice for CI, so you don't do all the build steps for each build job, because some things don't change so much. And yeah, we use a custom Canico image. I will try to, I don't have these repositories public already, but I will try to get them public so you can have a look at them too. So it's nothing special, it's mostly bundled build scripts and some plumbing to making it work, but these are mostly the things you have to figure out, and that takes time and is tedious. And for prod, we use Harbor, which is another container registry, which we deploy with higher availability. For these Docker images, for integration and review environments, we use the built-in GitLab registry, which is easy to use because it's pre-configured. You already have access to it in a CI job. And yeah, so. A bonus thing is you can have reproducible builds, and that's a really nice feature for Canico, that the same files will always produce the same digest or hash of your Docker image. So this is also gives you some nice things you can do with that. So in the end, we have an environment in GitLab where, for example, our integration environment is deployed. We see this is the annotations for GitLab on the deployment. Gives you this view. You see, there are 2 pods. It's completely deployed. It's a little bit of sugar on top, but mainly it's interesting. You have a button and can go directly to the environment. So basically, in all our projects, we have a list of environments. You can choose where to go, you see what's deployed, and that's really nice to have an overview. So one last topic I wanted to show you, because I think it's 2 more, but this is a little bit larger, and it's Playwright. It really changed the way for us recently how we can do end-to-end tests. So we also started to use Cypress after dealing with Behat, Selenium, WebDriver for too many time, and it always had issues, and we tried to work around them, but I never was completely happy to do it for a lot of projects. And so in Playwright, you code tests in TypeScript or JavaScript, but it really works out nicely with TypeScript if you have TypeScript, some TypeScript experience. And what's nice is yeah, it feels just like regular JavaScript, and Cypress was a little bit too jQuery-like for me. It's a lot of magic under the hood. You don't see why things are asynchronous or not, and if something waits and has side effects. I didn't experience that with Playwright. And what's really, really nice is the idea to have a page object model. So basic idea is you have a page, maybe with a form. Forms are really a thing you want to test most of the time. And you need some way to fill form fields, to get the form field by label and not by some fixed selector. Don't do that. It's bound to break. I always would use something that's near to the customer that also might change, but then change your test, and if you change the label from email to email address, yeah, then your test should also change. But not due to some development detail, like, oh, it's not the 8th child, it's now the 9th child, and it doesn't work. So these are unstable selectors. It's a bad idea, in my experience. So you can capture this knowledge in a class and provide a nice API, and then just use these to access your stuff, and also use that for special stuff that's more involved, like having a registration form class, using parts of that and having some additional stuff, or if you have fancy inputs. And so that really helps to structure your code, and if you apply that, you can have, yeah, especially for forms, I said that, you can have nice tests that are really dealing, that you can read. Await until the contact form field name is filled with Christopher. So it's just one line, it's pretty readable, and that's not too hard to achieve. So that's why you don't need something like Cucumber, in my experience, for these kinds of. It also has some good ideas, but it also helps having not this translation stage. So less indirection, more direct code. It's simpler, and yeah, so I like that. And our idea was, yeah, let's use the integration and review environments for acceptance tests, because we already deploy them, and you can write a Playwright config, and so basically this is doing the magic. Locally, I use my locally running Flow server. For the environments, I use a base URL environment variable, and now I can have dynamic URLs based on the environment. And all the other stuff, it's too much detail right now, but these are nice things you can use in CI to have retries and capture traces for debugging. And what we did for one project so far is use that extensively to not directly go on the content pages, because there you would test the content, and if content is changed, tests might break. But we directly go to Monocle and use the style guide preview of components and run acceptance tests there. That runs reasonably well. So you can test your presentational components, especially if they use some JavaScript on top. And you can also test complete Neos URLs, of course. That's even easier. And what we do right now is basically have a site dump with some fixed content, automatically importing that on the deployed environments. What you can do, and what we did do, is have a REST API only enabled for these environments to deal with fixture data. Create a user account here, delete some stuff. Depends on your project what you need. And what I really like about Playwright, it makes your tests reliable. They can be retried. They have good auto wait and handling if elements are not visible directly, but loaded dynamically or via JavaScript or after a request is finished. So these work quite out of the box, really. So it's nothing we had to deal. So a lot of years ago, when we tried that the first time with Selenium and WebDriver, these were quite the deal, because you had to do all this yourself. And it wasn't ready for dynamic pages, really. So Another thing is traces for debugging. It's all, they have a pretty good documentation. Idea is, if something fails, it can be retried, but then Playwright is configured to start a trace, which basically captures screenshots and what it does, and it can be viewed locally with a trace viewer. So if things go out of hand, you can view the traces and they give you a visual idea, oh, I got an error message. I didn't expect to have that in that scenario. And you can, most of the time, reproduce it quite well locally. And many more. So just have a look at the project and the documentation and XHR requests. And one important thing is you can run that really easy. They have pre-made Docker images with, I think, Chromium, Firefox, and Edge. So you can multi-browser tests too, in like a matrix tests. There are so many good things, and you don't have to do your own Docker images there. They are just ready to use, and it's solid engineering, really. And yeah, the last thing, which is really nice, is to use Lighthouse CI for the measurement. And I will call it LHCI, which is easier written than spoken. And LHCI is a standalone server. I think many of you know Lighthouse. It's built in Chrome. You can measure your site, get like web vitals and scores for performance and accessibility, and you get issues and can improve your site, which is basically important for customers because it's part of the SEO ranking and also how well it is perceived for users of the site, because performance obviously matters. And LHCI is like a standalone server which does not do the tests but captures the test reports. So you can have Lighthouse runner which does the actual tests and reports it to a Lighthouse CI server. And nice thing is it maintains a history, so you can see how did the metrics evolve over time, or even if we do this change, how would the metrics change? This is what I find really interesting, because you can test single merge requests and see how it would affect loading times or other metrics. And yeah, LHCI can deploy that. We just deployed that in the dev cluster, have some small webhook to automatically set it up for GitLab, and then we can measure. So we run that for deployed environments and use some include to make it easy to use in new projects. And one thing we found out, which I think is important information, don't do that on shared instances. It gives you really shaky, jittery results. So we use a single instance with kind of bare metal, but it's a cloud server, and run it there because it must not have a shared CPU, and because otherwise each test run would give you different performance results because it depends on the actual performance, not the accessibility scores. These are more done by rules. So yeah, I would use that. You should, if you want to do that, that really makes the difference to make it usable. And now we can compare and see this is our report. And for example, here you see I tried to improve something on the Neos demo side. The logo had a missing alternative text, and now I see, for this branch, I got an accessibility improvement. So you can really measure and see, yeah, it really improves. It's not something, yeah, we tried that, let's have a look at that again. And yeah, I really like that. So it helps you having a faster feedback cycle also for that. So, and now what it looks like, just in short, if everything is put together, I have the complete example in this repository. Like I said, some of the Docker images are not public, so we work on that to make them public, so you can completely use our setup or improve it in your own environments if you like. And so I create some change, push it to GitLab, create a new merge request. So I just did that this morning, and I added a new image and exported the site again, changed some CSS, pushed it, and now the pipeline was running. And if you click there, you can go to the pipeline. You see these are all the jobs. And then, yeah, the Psalm is not happy with the code in the demo site, but you can work on that. So the deployment job is running, and if you click into the job, you can get some log. Most of you that deal with CI know that you can see the script output. And if it's done, we have a new environment for the review system. And if I go there, we see our new Neos demo site. So it really worked like in 10 minutes during the breakfast. You have to trust me. Yeah, so. Wow. Yeah, so I see we are a little bit, should get to the end. I prepared some nice YAML memes. I'm I'm sorry we can go through all of them, but yeah. In the end, I mean, YAML is a tool. You know it with node types, but yeah, like don't do like Norway or NO. No, it's a Boolean. You have to know the root, then you can work with it. And there are some non-intuitive rules in YAML, but yeah, it's okay. No? It's the tool of choice for DevOps and for Neos. So yeah, what we learned, just really short, this is the DevOps cycle, you know it. It doesn't really capture what we do because like we verify after releasing again, and yeah, but what I wanted to show is we cover a lot of ground. We go into the creation, verification, packaging, release, configuration, and monitor. It's not all of it, but it covers quite a lot of ground. So monitoring in production is quite another story, or can be built on top of that. And what I wanted to give you is reliability is key here. So nobody uses it or is always unhappy if your pipelines are breaking and shaky. So do less, make it reliable, then improve. And pipelines must not be slow. If you have to wait like more than 10 minutes for something, it's too slow. And they shouldn't block you from doing what you actually want. If you know what you're doing, then you should be allowed to do it. It should not be like full control. It should be a tool that helps you. And yeah, share common CI configuration. Don't reinvent the wheel every time. But yeah, you can evolve. And don't get too fancy. Make it simple. Keep it explicit. And yeah, cache what you can to make it fast. And yeah, building Docker images is hard, if you know. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we will have no time for questions.
I actually wanted to ask you a question, but
Yeah.
you just answered it yourself. So
Yes. Yeah.
one of the questions from the app, which was whether your Kubernetes deployment is open source or not?
The deployment itself not, but this whole CI setup for a project is, this is the demo project, and I will share the slides with the link, and yeah, this
Perfect.
is, so the whole CI thing, the Kubernetes stuff itself is Ansible based, and so that's not too interesting because you can use any Kubernetes cluster basically to do that, so.
Okay,
Yeah,
So
perfect.
yeah, cool.
you are available for questions
Yeah,
afterward.
of course. Yeah,
And online, of course,
Yeah.
for sure. And you're present.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is for you, Christoph.
Yeah, bye-bye.
And now we will have a very short break because we know you are probably already hungry. So if you're interested in website accessibility, please stay here. It will be a great talk from Saskia, and we will have, I think, 5 minutes.
We just have 5 minutes if you want to grab a short drink or snack, go outside, go to the bathroom, but be right back. Saskia, we're just gonna plug her in and stay tuned. And don't forget to rate Christopher's talk.
Just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry.
Thank you. So, there's a next talk. I talked to the Deutsche Bahn. The probability that the train tonight is delayed is very high, so don't worry.
So next up is Saskia. She's a PHP developer, but she has a great passion for website accessibility. And I had the opportunity to talk to her beforehand. And this topic is quite a topic that gained more focus in the last years because it's a very important topic, in my opinion. And I think you are in very good hands with this. So give it up to Saskia.
I'm a blind user of your website. Yes, your website. And I'm not just any user. I am a potential customer who wants to give you thousands and thousands of euros. So I'm on your website now. Let's see what my screen reader tells me. Clickable button, and oh, clickable button. Okay, 10 more clickable buttons without any labels. Oh, well, I have to try all of them one by one. Okay, half an hour later. Okay, I found your request a quote form where I want to offer you that big business deal. Another half an hour later. Okay, I've filled out all the form with all the documents and requirements I had to write down. I'm so happy I can submit this now. Yay! Oh, there's a captcha. Type in what you see. Without any audio or other options. You know what? I have enough of this. This is so frustrating. I'm now going to a competitor of yours who has a more accessible website. Bye. Well, enough role-playing for now. I'm not going away because I'm going to tell you in the next half an hour or so how you can avoid this kind of scenario, because this could be happening on your website anytime without you even noticing that the user is frustrated or that you miss out on a business opportunity because your website isn't accessible enough. So let's have a little look around how our accessibility journey will turn out today. So first we have a little section about me that will be quite short. The second one will be, why should you actually care about digital accessibility? Why is it important? The third will be what accessibility actually means and what criteria there is. Then the next one is, how and when should you think about accessibility in your project and in your team? The main part of this talk will be examples of accessibility issues and how you can fix them. At the end, we'll also be quickly talking about how you can then test if your websites meets the criteria you selected. So let's get started. About me, I'm a web developer for almost 10 years, and I'm also a web user with a visual impairment. Some fun facts I never heard about NEOS before, but I love this conference and I love all of you. And yeah, I run a German tech and gaming blog, and I love speaking about accessibility. And I'm more the back-end person, because one day at my first job, a colleague asked me, "Hey Saskia, can you do the front-end part, just implementing a template design?" I did it, and then I went up to him all proud saying, "Here it is." And his reaction was, he yelled at me. He said, "Saskia, all the paddings and margins are wrong and all the font sizes and everything." I just wanted to melt to the floor and go away. But then I thought, he has picked someone with 10% eyesight to make a pixel-perfect design implementation, so he must have known that I'm not great at all the little fine details. So, enough about me. Why is accessibility important? The first thing we had in our little role-playing section at the beginning, that you could miss out on potential customers who can't buy from you or who can't request your services because your forms and your website isn't very accessible. The second thing is that accessibility is also good for non-disabled users. For example, subtitles in your videos is great for people who have hearing issues, but also for people whose wireless headphones died on the underground, but you want to watch the video without annoying anyone, so they watch it without sound. And the third thing, of course, is that it's just a morally good thing, because having accessibility issues cuts off the access to some of the benefits that our digital world has to offer. So what is accessibility? Well, my loose definition is that it is just the ability of all your users, regardless of their disability or their life circumstance, to use your website or software fully without many issues. So accessibility is just bridging the gap between your users' issues and where they need to go on your website. So there are some criteria made by the World Wide Web Consortium. They are web content accessibility guidelines, and as I also teach in my online course, they're not just for websites. They are meant for websites, but they can also be used for any digital, like any software or any app can also benefit from checking those guidelines. So when should you think about accessibility in your project? Many people or companies either don't think about accessibility at all, or they think, hey, we can do it at the end if we have some time left over. But who of you has lots and lots of time left over before the deadline of a project? Please, hands up. Of course, I don't have either. So, and also, if you would do it at the end, then you would have to redo maybe some not very accessible design decisions or front-end work. So the best thing is to think about it right in the design and concept phase. And who should do it in your company? Your UX person, your graphic designer? Who else? Well, for me, it would be a team effort, everyone contributing their expertise in how to make your website more accessible. So let's come to the main part, all the different issues. Your users on the one side, and where they want to go is another side. There are lots of little bricks depending on what accessibility needs they have. There are lots of little hurdles where they have to climb over and they struggle. But today I can show you how to take quite a few of those hurdles away so that they can go to the place where they need to go, so that your user's happy and you are happy. But before we get into that, I just want to let you know, don't try to be perfect, because none of us have time to really do every little detail right. So my suggestion is, if you are strapped into a time budget, then to use the biggest criteria or the biggest issues that could have the biggest impact on your users, and to fix them first. So the first issue that I want to talk to you about is icon-only buttons. You see here, like in many word processors, there's just a button for save. It's a floppy disk. It's not just inaccessible for blind people, but also for really young people who don't know anymore what a floppy disk is. But in general, on websites, if you have an icon-only button, then the good thing is to do a title tag where you describe that the button means save. But for people like me, I can still see something, but the icons are really small. So if your design aesthetic allows, then also maybe add some text like the floppy disk and then the word save or something. Then images, that's something that I'm also a bit guilty of in my own like personal websites, that I sometimes forget to put alternative tags on images, but this is really important for both. As I learned yesterday, it's also important for search engine optimization, so that search engines know what your image is about, but of course mainly for accessibility or for people who have a slow internet connection and where the images aren't loading or something. So add an alternative text, except if it's just like a decorative element, like a dotted line or something that doesn't have any content, then of course you don't need an alt description. This is one of my most frustrating things lately. I'm sitting on the underground and I just want to sign up to an app, and I click on submit or register, and just nothing happens, and I try again. And then I notice, oh, there's a little bar flashing up for 2 or 3 seconds. And I try to go there with my screen reading, not screen reading, with my screen magnifier, but it pops, it just fades away after a couple seconds. I worked around by making a screenshot as soon as I saw it and then zooming into it. But my suggestion would be for those kind of auto-fading error messages or even success messages to not make them auto-fading, but to make a little close option, especially also not just for people who have visual impairments, but also for people who have, for example, reading difficulties, who just need longer. So make a close button at the end so that people can read it, read your message, and then just close it on their own timing. So videos and audio. So for videos, of course, there's two things. I often want to watch software tutorials, and there's some screen recording with only background music, and I think, hey, I can't really follow it without anyone talking over it. So the one thing is for people who can't see well, to have some kind of talking over what you are showing, and for people who can't hear well, of course, either for podcasts or for audio only medium would be good to have a transcript, and for videos, of course, to have captions. So now mouse-only content. There's often so like interactive maps, or like a plane or train or event seat booking feature, where I said click on the seat to reserve it. I think people who have like mobility issues, who can't use a mouse, or people who have to use the keyboard because they can't see where they're clicking, they always need keyboard accessibility. So my suggestion would be, as much as it is possible, to make every feature of your website also reachable just with a keyboard. Now, CAPTCHAs, they have already gotten better with all those Google reCAPTCHAs where you just have to click a little checkbox, I'm human. But like many old like discussion forums or contact forums, they still have that little type in what you see, which of course is difficult for people who are blind, so or even for people like me who just have a limited vision. So the more options you have, the more accessible it is. You could, for example, also have a type in what you hear, or answer a quiz question, or something like that, something where you don't have to see. So think of some alternatives that you can offer for people. So the next thing is content structure and how your content is readable, because there are many people who either have learning disabilities or reading difficulties, or who just are new in the language that your website is written in. So think about, yes, many of you may be experts in your field, and you have to show on your company website that you know what you're talking about, that you use the right terminology, but as much as it is possible, use the most simple and understandable language, and there's also tools online where you can paste in your text and where you can then get a score, a readability score, and suggestions how to improve it. So, design choices. This is also why I said earlier that it's good to think about accessibility right in the concept and design phase, not at the end where you have to redo all of it. So things like contrast and colors and font types and font sizes. It's important. There are tools also there to check, is my contrast good enough, or is my font size large enough and stuff. So it's good to make designs accessible from the beginning rather than having to do all the color schemes and all the things that could cost you lots of time and money. So the next thing is zooming on mobile. Of course, this has also been gotten better the more people know how to do responsive right. But there's still some websites where I try to pinch to zoom, and then it just snaps back to the original size, which of course isn't the best thing if you just need a larger font. So I have a little code snippet here. I haven't used that right now because I never had like the issue on my own websites, but there are also multiple approaches to fix this issue. So you can also Google it if your website has that issue. So we're almost at the end already. So how to test for accessibility? There are two options I want to show you. One is to do it manually, to say, okay, I pick the criteria in the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines that I want to test for, and then I'm going through them one by one, looking at all their requirements, and then testing them with some online tools, with, for example, also the accessibility tab in your developer tools in your browser and all that, and just going through it manually. Or you can do it like almost like a usability test, where you invite people, someone with hearing difficulties, someone with reading problems, different people, and they can test your website, and they give you some feedback, and then what issues they came across, and then you can fix it. So let's wrap it up. You have learned what accessibility is, why it is important, and when to do it in your project, who should be involved in it, and lots of examples. But also look at that slide again. People who don't know that phrase, that they may think, she says, let's food it arrow. So accessibility isn't just about websites. There's anywhere where there could be an issue between you or your information and the recipient. So before we come to the last slide, where there's also a QR code for some free bonus content, like a worksheet and a list with accessibility testing tools, I have one more little push for you to really take action and implement accessibility optimizations, and that is we're all getting older. That means maybe our hands don't work as well anymore. We can't really use a mouse, or our hearing and vision decreases. So don't just make accessible websites for others. Do it for the future you. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Saskia, with a very important topic. And I think you brought it nearer to the audience, what that actually means, and that you shouldn't have a too narrow look on it. It's very good. So, a question to you.
Yes.
How do you like the conference and the NEOS community so far?
I love it.
Great. And we love to have you here. And I think, Anke, you have a question for Saskia.
Yes, I have a question, and there's one question from the audience, so
Very
I will ask them first.
I hope I can answer them because I'm not a know-it-all. I just, whatever I have, I am sharing.
Which tools do you prefer to check the mentioned to-dos?
They're different ones. Like I don't know them by name. I'm just always googling. Okay, I need to check colors. Okay, then I'm just googling not transparency, contrast checker. Or I need to look at readability. Then I'm just googling readability checker and I'm looking, okay, which one would be best, and then I choose for that project. So I never use one specific tool. I'm just Googling, okay, which tools they are. And I've also collected a list in the bonus materials with some tools. And there's also from the web, from the World Wide Web Consortium, there's also an official list with all the accessibility tools that they know of. And I've also linked that in my sheet.
Great.
And my question for you was, as a developer, how are our tools we use on a daily basis accessible?
So I've never tested developer tools for accessibility. For me, they are okay. They're usable because I don't need a screen reader. I just have to really put my nose in front of the screen. So and then I can use my my code editor and everything quite fine.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a present for you,
Yes,
of course.
for sure.
Please do not forget to rate Saskia's talk.
Yeah,
I
I have it on the slide. Oh, it's gone. The slide is gone.
And don't forget to rate all the other talks if you haven't yet. And I think we have the lunch break now.
We have the lunch break, and as we announced in the beginning, please, the sponsors and the award winners, if they could come to the stage to have some photo shoot. And I think, Sebastian, when are we going to, I think at 2 o'clock, 2:15, we're going to continue here. And now, enjoy your lunch, and again, a warm applause to Saskia.
Thank you.
Danke. Hallo, ich hätte noch eine Bitte, bin hinten an der Technik. Wenn uns jemand beim Abbau helfen kann heute, nach dem Ende des Closings, wir brauchen noch ein paar fleißige Hände. Es wäre super, wenn ihr noch mal kurz hier hinten mit, wer noch da ist und noch ein paar Minuten, also wer dann noch Zeit hat zum Abbau, noch mal mit hier hinten bitte hinkommen, dann können wir kurz uns besprechen. Das wäre super nett. Danke euch und Mahlzeit.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I want wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. You take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promising not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. You take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promising not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes full of mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored, I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes full of mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored, bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored. what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, I was just bored, I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, bored. Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me, sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me, sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored, I was just bored, I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far. I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored.
Thank you. Welcome back after the lunch break. I hope you had a good meal and you are ready for some more talks for today.
So tell me, who is next?
We have a guest from outside the NEOS universe. His name is Tenchi Hara. He is professor at the University of Cooperative Education here in Dresden, and he is CEO at Blue Pumpkin. And he is going to talk a bit about microservices. So from outside the NEOS perspective, a broad view onto microsystems, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Have
Give it
fun
up.
and give it to Tenchi Hara.
Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. I don't know what to say. I hope I can entertain you a little bit. The slides were completed this morning, so the panic monkey came out just in time. And let's see, Sebastian told me about 45 minutes. I hope I can stretch it to half an hour or so. If I'm still here in an hour, please drag me off the stage. Okay, so microsystems. I'm pretty sure you all know what microservice-based systems are, but just to get everybody on the same side here, you know, traditionally, when we look at a monolith system, we have a single stone, and often there's a server running many applications, and you have a lot of components within those applications, and of course, it's hard to maintain such a system. So even if you break this down to only one application running on the server, you still have many components that are dependent on each other. And basically, it's a nightmare to manage all of this. So how can we improve on this situation? Well, let's go away from a client and say we talk about a user, and a user wants to use a service. Then, of course, a service can comprise of many applications. And taking a step back, of course, you could say, well, if I have this view on the system, then what about making everything comprise of only services? Thus, we have many small services that build together our application we want to use. So this basically is a microservice, but you all knew that already. So we have many excellent concepts in theory, but we know the practice might be a bit different here. So we have practical implementations. Some of them are very limited. Some are very complex. Some require some tuning here. Some require some tweaking over here. And what we often see is a divergence between the architectural design of our system and the actual distribution of our components. So why this talk? Basically, we have a cycle we always find. We have some ideas in academia. We transfer these into the industry, so to you guys. Then you have some best practices, and these, via your research and development, comes back to us via academic studies. So, of course, this is a cycle, and I have a feeling we are in a point of time now where these micro-based services, micro front ends, and so on, should be closer investigated in academia again. So, this talk, the good, the bad, and the ugly, what are we going to have a look at? So, just imagine the situation, of course, you want to be a software developer, of course, and why do you want to be assigned to our office in Mexico? Because I want to be a senior developer. And being a senior developer, I know there is always el bueno, el feo, and el malo. So, ¿cómo estáis? Everybody great? Let's have a look. Let's start with el bueno, the good. So basically, we can have a composition of our microservices, build our system, and you all know we can either go the way through orchestration, or we can go through choreography. However, we could also imagine some hybrid approaches, which I would like to call a musical. So we have aspects of orchestration, we have aspect of choreography. Of course, both with their pros and cons, with the overhead and communication, with our organizational challenges we have to address. So one of the greatest challenges, I think, as basic as it sounds, is finding our microservices. So we have two approaches here. The client-side service discovery. So basically, if our user wants to use a web shop, for example, the shop system might ask a service registry, where are these microservices? Of course, in the first step, these microservices need to register at the service registry. So as soon as the lookup takes place, the shop knows where to forward the request. I think that's pretty easy. However, there might be a component that says, well, I'm not in the mood today. Please have a look somewhere else. And then our shop system needs to forward the request to somewhere else. So basically, the client is also a microservice from this perspective, and it has to join everything together. Can we do this differently? Of course. Rather than client-side service discovery, we could say we do server-side service discovery. So what does that mean? Our user, once again, asks a microservice. We call it gatekeeper now. I want to use the services, and rather than having all these requests handled through the client, the gatekeeper handles all requests that follow, independent of how big the systems become. So if we have a rewards program there, we have components like user profile. They know where they are to each other, and they can communicate. And you are all aware, I think, you can also always embed some external, for example, payment provider. So this is basically what we would expect from a web shop. This is how we want our system to behave. So in the end effect, our gatekeeper is always a very special microservice that's there to look up the other microservices and handle all communication that follows. And of course, this is also true if you have multiple instances of your microservices. That, of course, is great. So what do we get from a system that we design in this fashion? Basically, a few freebies. You get, of course, separation of concerns. That's always great. On the other hand, you also receive flexibility. So how do you deploy your components? It's flexible. Which technology do you use? Well, it's flexible. You could also scale, as we have seen, individually, or you could also scale overall for the application. If there are many customers, just start another shop instance. Or you could also downscale again. Customers are gone, the orders have been processed, well, we shut down some instances. And of course, onboarding, like business-to-business connectivity, great stuff. And of course, as I said, freebies. Well, technically, not really free, but you get the gist, I think. So that's nice. Now I'm going to hurt you. Let's talk about the bad. So we might have some deployment complexity, which we need to address here. So taking away all these communication aspects, let's just don't care about them. Let's just have a look at our components, where then we have the shop, and how do we achieve this auto-scaling? Are we running, for example, on Amazon Web Services? How can we check the token validity if these components are just mixed together? We are all lazy, I think, so lots of copy-paste. There are some components that work, great. I just use them for my system. Somebody else has tested it. Is that a good idea? Well, what kind of token do we get? Is it an access control list? Is it a capability? Well, if you don't read the README and the documentation, you don't know. So you need to follow up on whatever you're using here. Well, now we have payment providers. There might be some regional restrictions, right? Are you able to pay in euros everywhere? Or maybe in US dollars? Or Russian rubles? Okay, we found a payment provider who is able to process payments in different currencies. That's great. But now they changed their API. Do we need to update our system now? Probably, at least this component. Maybe somebody else can take care of it. Well, now we have all these microservices there. Of course, we have this discoverability aspect, finding these microservices, but what about security? Whatever code you're using, which you have not written yourself, might pose a security risk. We have this situation in Ukraine, sadly, and many maintainers have introduced code that says stuff like Slava Ukraine. So maybe you're running your web shop and a customer is searching for something. I want a new screen. And it says, this great screen, Slava Ukraine. Maybe you should have had a look at the code. Well, and finally, we have this gatekeeper over there. And as you can see, I am imagining the gatekeeper itself to scale up and down by introducing several instances. However, how do you address the gatekeeper? Are you using a floating IP? Or do you let DNS take care of this? Well, independent of what you're using, how do we handle sticky sessions? Imagine a customer running our web shop comes back later. If the session is not sticky, they have a problem. Okay, these are just some ideas I want to throw at you. Let's continue. So we have all these components running somewhere as a microservice, let's say within a network, maybe with a fancy firewall. Great. Security problem eliminated. Yeah? Well, is such a connection actually still allowed then? This external payment provider is not part of our network. And how does this network actually look like? Is it a software-defined network? Is it an actual physical network? And if it's a network that's somewhere in the world, we are relying on Amazon Web Services, for example, how can we be sure that we are accessing the proper network? Do we use something like a virtual private network? Or do we have to rely on Q&Q tagging for our system? And if so, who is in control of the entire system? I hope we are in control. But you never know as soon as you give it out of your hands. Okay, so maybe this is a bad idea. Let's split up the system and we say we're going to use several networks. So it's not just one network that might fail. We have different providers, each with their specialties. Then we find our components, of course. But how do we organize communication between these networks? I would say this can't be better than what we've seen before. OK, let's try to bring some order into these ideas and these problems I just addressed. I think we are all aware of the traditional way to design a system. You just introduce a 3-tier model, and you say you have the users on one side, you have the gatekeeper in the middle, and independent of the physical deployment, the third tier are all these services you're using. Sounds good, right? Well, are you actually able to deploy it like that? Maybe yes, maybe no. Does service discovery still work in a system on a logical level designed like this? Well, and if we have our external service provider over there in tier 3, isn't that a breach of trust? I don't know. We can discuss about that later. Do we really have a separation of concerns when all other microservices there depend on an access token generated by our user profile microservice? I think this service can block all other services. There must be a better approach to this, or maybe not. So, okay, this was very hypothetical. Let's see what happens if we deploy this into the real world. So maybe we don't have so much money. We choose the cheap solution. So we have our nice network, and we have a few physical machines on which we deploy our microservices. Looks great, right? We even have some resources still available for scaling later. So design, everything's good. Our system can react. If there's a load peak, we can start another instance right in there. Great. So let's say our shop gets overloaded. No problem, right? We just start another instance. That's great. However, you all know that's one physical machine up there. And if there's a process hanging like that, what normally happens? Of course, it affects the other services as well, and they crash. And once that machine's gone, our entire system is gone. So good luck with that. That's bad. We need to find a better solution. Well, the solution is overhead, right? You just have more resources than you actually need, but then you also pay more. And the larger the system becomes, the larger the deployment complexity. Maybe you lose sight of the architecture. It's too complex. How do you discover services? If you have multiple instances of those services, how do you find the proper instance for your current customer, for example? And let's not talk about costs. Of course, the more resources you have, the better, but money is a finite resource. So you have IT resources and money resources. You need to bring these together. And who would have thought sometimes you don't have real separation of concerns, as seen earlier, and how, for example, do you revoke a token? You have this user profile service. It generates a token, and now this user is malicious, or they delete their account. Somebody steals their, I don't know, JWT, for example. You need a way to revoke tokens. Normally, this doesn't work with Redis or sticky sessions and so on. So that's not so good. OK. We had a look at some problems that might occur. So Robin finds, of course, the evidence, and we know what we have to do. However, if you have a closer look at that, these bad aspects bring us to the ugly aspects, of course. So let's talk about the ugly. In particular, let's talk about front ends. So there might be an anti-pattern, which I, of course, observe many times. You have a nice deployment of microservices, and then you have a nice microservice front end that binds everything together. So our web shop runs. But if you have a closer look, of course, this microservice is a monolith once again, because it can block the entire system. So the better idea would be to spread your front end over all microservices. And if you have a closer look even at that, you would say, OK, now I have a nice front end spread over all microservices. There's no blocking monolith. Well, there still is, right? We have customers in our web shop. And where's customer data stored? In a database. So once again, we have a monolith there. So what do you do? Of course, the solution is simple, right? You introduce another microservice, and everything's peachy now, right? Sounds great. Problem solved. Is this really a good idea to proceed like this? I see some guys shaking their heads. Of course, not with web technologies. So, micro front ends. Looks good, right? Independently deployable. communication, top. We even have stateful communication, it's important, especially if everything is REST-based. It's independent of the technology. All checkboxes ticked, right? Well, actually, it's a bad idea. The fundamental tool to integrate such a micro front-end is shell loading. And shell loading is not bad, it's even ugly. So no matter which microservice you address first, they will take care of this customer request, and the rest of the GUI is shell loaded by this microservice to which you have communicated first. So what actually happens is you have a customer accessing your web shop, and they bring together all aspects of the front end. So what I often see is something like this. We have our shell in the browser, we have our components, and everything is brought together with a whole bunch of iframes. So we have an iframe maybe for the offer of the day. We have an iframe which shows what other customers have bought. You have an iframe for your personal shopping cart. Maybe there's another iframe in the bottom right. Talk to a customer representative now, or chat with them, or whatever. So everything's brought together through JavaScript, of course. Well, remember we've talked about external payment providers earlier. Maybe you have also other aspects that are external. And you all know where this leads to: cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery. So from a security perspective, this is a very bad idea. Well, but the customer might say, hey, I want to use PayPal or whatever. You need to support this stuff. Well, that seems to be difficult. Let's go back a few slides. Remember when we talked about deployment complexity, we had all these questions arising. Let's break this down to another aspect. Let's not talk about external payment providers. Let's go a step further. Let's make it ugly. We shall use an external credentials provider. Okay? Let's even break this down to the core that's important for us. With our gatekeeper, so our customer talks to the gatekeeper looks up all these microservices, there's this user profile microservice, and the user profile microservice gets your token from an external credentials provider. Okay, system runs, great. Well, not so good, right? The external provider says, I revoke this user's token. Well, that's no problem, right? Our user profile says, okay, I won't accept their credentials any longer. So, be gone, right? Well, the customer still wants their data. So this is exactly the situation we have now, for example, with customers in Russia. They might get locked out because some credentials provider decides all Russians are evil. Does that mean they are not allowed, even they are, I don't know, Europeans, to access their data stored in a European web shop? I would say no, right? It's not their fault that there is a provider somewhere in Russia. It's their data. You cannot steal their data. You cannot lock them out from their data. We have very strong privacy laws in Europe, so people have a right to access their data. They have a right to have their data deleted. They have a right to have their data corrected. This all doesn't work if they cannot log in because some external provider decided that their access is revoked. So basically, this revocation needs to be done on that level, not on this level. Okay. That's one problem. Let's talk about business-to-business side loading. So we have a nice shop, of course, And let's be more specific, it's a clothing shop. And this clothing shop also offers socks and shoes from external shops, of course. This is great for the customer, right? I only need to provide my payment information, like credit card details, to this one shop, and the shop will take care of the rest. Great. This is very customer-friendly. But it's not friendly for our business partners. They need to trust that they will receive their money after the payment has been processed. They also need to trust your shop that the user has been validated properly. Basically, this means they hope you issued the token yourself and not one of these faulty Heroku or Travis CI tokens issued by GitHub, right? If so, shit is going to hit the fan. Okay, let's take an even closer look now and go down really to the access level. As I mentioned earlier, often these kind of systems are built based on a REST interface, so let's do some resting. So I hope you've all heard of HTTP parameter pollution. So what happens if you use a REST interface with GET requests? So we have a parameter P1, and we are just invoking P1 twice. What's better, Star Trek or Star Wars? Oh, don't answer. Your answer is wrong, definitely. Yeah? If you say Star Wars, the Trekkies will kill you. If you say Star Trek, I don't know, Lord Vader will come in. So which value of P1 will you take? You don't know. Your microservice system is technology independent. This is what we wanted. Well, Tomcat uses only the first occurrence of P1. HTTPD and Nginx only use the last occurrence of our parameter, and Dready Microsoft uses a concatenation of both. Well, that's a very handy vector for us, right? So let's check. Yahoo, Star Wars. Ecosia, Star Wars. Google, Star Trek, Star Wars. I guess somebody's running Microsoft stuff. So the root of the problem we are having here is that there is no standard, and there's also no RFC that defines how you have to process parameters. So our nice technology independence is gone. And let's take this a step further. Let's use this vector. So we have our web shop, and we might ask the customers, how's our web shop? Or for you guys today, at the end, you will be asked to rate my talk, right? So let's use Facebook. So we have a URL like this, Shara PHP. Well, we can have cat as a service, and we put a quote there, something like that. So we have two parameters. One is the title of our shared link, and one is the URL of the shared link. And I think you all see the problem here. We have a plain text ampersand over there. Well, we can use this, right? So there we have our Facebook site, and we have some issues with PowerPoint, but that's okay. So this box, imagine it's there. Okay, we escape our ampersand over there. We are using this evil root, and we just attach another U parameter here. So basically, we override cat as a service by appending the URL with our new fancy URL we want to use. And of course, this leads to Facebook sharing our like under the wrong URL. Easy peasy, right? Fucking hell, right? So, can academia help? Well, microservices are nothing but a fancy distributed system. So probably the answer is yes. Microservices need some understanding of common time. This is important for revocation of security tokens. And that's what we have traditionally the Lampert approach for. That's great for debugging. However, remember, we are operating a web shop. The customer wants to order now, not after you are done with debugging. OK, let's assume we solve this problem somehow. Then we always have our problem with the cap theorem. You know, you cannot have consistency, availability, and partition tolerance at the same time. You can only have 2 of these 3 aspects at any time. Yeah, well, that's what eventual consistency is there for, right? You all know this. You look at some YouTube videos. Congratulations, you are viewer number 117. And somewhere in the United States, somebody else, congratulations, you're viewer 117. And maybe half an hour later, YouTube will say 118 people have had a look at this video. That's eventual consistency, right? So basically, yes, eventual consistency is great to address our problems with the cap theorem. However, the customer wants to order now. Well, let's use NoSQL databases. Well, we have the base principle here. Well, basically, available, soft, state, eventual consistency. Great. That's a nice one. I like it. Because our customer wants to order now. And it's a limited item. There's only one of them. If it's gone, it's gone. And now, don't get me started on blockchain, OK? So what's the short answer for can academia help? Maybe, right? I'm not sure. So there are many aspects which could lead to solutions. Let us discuss. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this talk. Well, are you Star Wars or Star Trek? I know there is no right answer.
In the States, one would say I pull a fifth. So I'll take use or make use of my Fifth Amendment right, and I refuse to answer.
OK, granted. Well, do we have any questions from the audience yet?
Actually, no.
Oh, I think we just had lunch, and you're still a bit digesting at the moment. But we have a little present for you.
Sure.
Would you want to?
I fetch it.
That is actually a speaker present, a little bottle of gin.
Thank you very much.
For you.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here.
You're very welcome.
Give a big applause to Tenchi Hara.
Thanks for having me.
Do not forget to rate this talk, of course. We have another 15-minute break now, or let's say about 10 minutes, I guess.
It's
we
actually
could
a bit
even-
longer.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah? OK. You're going to see when we call you back in. And then next up is Robert Lemke.
Yes.
And now some music and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. choke it up. Roll it up.
Thank you. So, we're up for the last talk of this conference.
Strange.
It is.
I thought it would be a little bit longer, but it's, yeah.
That
over
went by
already.
fast.
And
Now-
it's getting crowded on stage, I think.
Oh yeah, see, there are some chairs. And Robert, who opened the conference, will also close it with the last talk. Please, again, don't forget to rate all the talks, because after this, there's going to be the Best Talk Award. And
Why is it so crowded?
Robert brought some guests. I think he found them in the forest. And please welcome on stage Robert Lemke with his two guests.
Thank you. Hello. Welcome. And welcome on stage, Basti and Christopher. Yeah, this will be a special session. I wanted to show you a bit of insights, how you can create a modern flow application today. So you remember how it was like in the early days of Flow, and also in the Flow core still, that you have model view controller and fluid and so on. But this has changed a bit. I mean, depends on your preferences, but there are new concepts. And what I was missing when I had to create a little application was one example which showed me everything playing together. And this is what I'm going to try to show you. Oh, that's a very nice picture of me, but I have nicer pictures from you. Yeah, so the point is, sorry for that. That was Apple Photos looking for Bastian, looking for Christopher, and that's what comes out. So why do I have Basti and Christopher here? Because there will be some concepts which they have more experience than I do, and they will ask me some inconvenient questions along the way. So I think it helps to understand the application. And since we don't have much time, I'll show you the application I'm going to present, and then we go into all the different technologies which are used there, and I will try to show you some live coding stuff. And I think what makes most sense, we won't have time for questions in the end, maybe one or two questions. If you have a question which fits directly into that spot, then just shout and I will repeat the question and then try to answer it right away, so we make it a bit dynamic, okay? So this is the application. It's called Flow Native Cabana, and you can buy it anywhere and not book it anywhere. It's just an in-house tool. So the question we had was, we are using a lot of different tools for time logging, and for sending invoices, and for payments, and customer management, and so on. And we want to keep using these services, but we were missing some central place which would control everything. So for example, if there's a new contact or a new customer, I want to update lots of different services which we are using, software as a service providers. And even our phone system would be nice if that could be updated if there's a new contact, and then when I pick up the phone that I see the name, you know? And this is the role Kibana is playing. It's just that little application in the middle, which is our central place for customer accounts and also invoicing and so on. Yeah, you have to know that I'm a PHP developer, mostly, right? And of course, I was in touch with JavaScript all the time. We have that nice user interface in Neos and so on. But I could mostly modify existing things and add a little here and there. But I didn't really know React or so. And I started learning React and Relay and TypeScript and all that in earnest last year. So this is I'm a newbie, but I'm very proud that I could create a user interface now. Which I'm going to show you. Right, so here we have the demo. Right, so we have customers, we have contacts. I can search for something. Right, I can look into customer details. I have a little navigation here. And I can also, of course, modify these things, modify the address and so on. I can look into subscriptions, settlements, and all that. So this is basically the application. Yeah, and I now go through the different techniques and frameworks I'm using for that, and then we look into it more properly. So. Right, so I'm using GraphQL. Who has written a GraphQL-based application already or is familiar? Yeah, I see. Yeah. So you did? Right. Okay, so I'll explain just a bit of GraphQL. We won't be able to go into everything, but basically it's a query language which allows you to query nested structures, and it has some optimization there, and then the server responds with what you want. For example, this here would be a typical query. I'm asking for a customer account and with a certain identifier, and what I want back are these properties. I want the ID, the customer name, customer number. What's nice about GraphQL is that it makes additions to your API and changes to your API very easy, because you don't have to version your API like REST services. If this query here, for example, would return more properties, that would be no problem. I mean, I can just ignore these with this old query or start using that in the future with adding the field. So I ask for a customer account, and what I get back is JSON. So this would be the data, maybe. So you see, it's not actually the response to this. It doesn't fit. There's a bit more, right? So it also contains customer sins. The microphones. Yeah. It was not only for visual reasons that I invited you to the stage.
Now we can get serious.
Yeah, normally you would just get the data that you requested. And
that's true. But this is what you get, more or less. And as you also can see, there's customer account, and that's not the name of a class or something. That's the name of my query. So I can ask multiple queries within one HTTP request. So that is also very efficient. Now you need to know, how do I define in GraphQL that these queries are actually possible? And there's a schema, a GraphQL schema, and this would be the type, the query type I would define for this kind of query I've just shown. So there's a customer account query. It requires, or it actually doesn't require. You have to provide the ID or customer number, and then at the right-hand side you see that there's also a type which is expected. So if I would provide the customer number as an integer, I would get an exception by the GraphQL server. So,
Sorry, can I interrupt?
of
I was
course.
wondering, so what's the difference between the ID and the number? Why do you have two?
Yeah.
And why do they have such a weird format?
Well, actually, the ID has a type which we'll see later, which is required by a node interface. And maybe I should refactor this to two different queries, so get the customer by ID and customer by customer number, and then make the properties required, right? So if you put an exclamation mark right after string, for example, then this would be required, okay? This will return a customer account, and you see there's a type customer account. This could be a possible customer account. So you also see that you have something like interfaces, so it's basically like classes and interfaces, more or less, or yeah, types, value objects more.
Everything is a type in GraphQL.
Everything is type. Right, so a customer account, and there you see the exclamation mark, right? So there will definitely be an ID coming back, definitely a customer number and a customer name, and possibly a business address, which is another complex type. So you see that you can combine these different types, right? And then if you send a query for multiple customer accounts, it gets more interesting because GraphQL or Relay, which I'm going to show in a second, supports pagination. And not based on numbers like first page, second page, and so on, but you use a special cursor, which is defined in Relay. I'll show you that in a second. So in this case here, I'm running a query for customer accounts with a certain search term. And then below that, you see all the fields I want to get back. And the special thing here is now that I don't get an array of customers back, or customer accounts back, but they are more hidden down below. You see I get meta information like the total count of search results, if there's a next page, and so on. And then I get the results as edges, and the actual cursor, the current cursor, and then the node is actually the customer account.
But that's really more because Relay is doing it that way, and if you design your schema like that, then it just fits, because this is not how we do it. We use other clients for GraphQL, and then you don't have
exactly.
to have a node and edges, and it's some more indirection, but get something for free.
Absolutely. So this is not the most simplistic example, but the most simple example doesn't really tell what's then possible, I think. So this could be a possible result. If I have a search term which only returns one customer account, then you see the property total count is 1, there's no previous page, there's no next page, and then you see there are the edges and the current cursor, and then the customer account as a node. And the cursor is not a number or identifier or something. That is something you must not care about. So it doesn't mean don't have to care about, but must not care about.
But I do.
Can you imagine what that is?
Can you decode it in your head?
Yeah.
Space 64.
You already saw that space 64 encoded, right?
Yeah, sure.
You can use anything that's implementation specific, what you like. It just means that it identifies your search results. So if you ask for more customer accounts, you can say everything after this cursor. Okay?
Can you implement like the number of pages if you want, because this is okay with forward, backward pagination, but could you implement that on top in the page info, or is that?
That you give the number of pages you want to see? Yeah, you could implement it as a cursor and just use a number for that, maybe. And but then it depends on the page size, yeah? So
it's also the specification for this relay pagination. It specifies you have to include those fields, but there's no reason why you can't include something like total pages.
Exactly. Right. Okay. Some other topics just briefly, which I'm going to show. So CQRS, you're familiar with that. You heard lots of talks. But CQRS doesn't always have to be used in combination with event sourcing. Yes. For example, Christopher likes to use CQRS to use that without event sourcing. It just means that it is optimized for appending data. So you send a command and it appends data, and then you have an optimized way of a read representation. Is that correct?
It especially leads to not thinking in one model for everything, which is like what we saw in many applications. If you have one entity which has to deal with both write concerns and read concerns, it gets messy. So, and it just fits perfectly to GraphQL mutations. It's a command. You have a DTO, a handler. Just did it go through, or you return errors with maybe validation errors, more structured. But I think it works really well, and you can use any kind of querying, be it database tables or more elaborate thing. And of course, you can use event sourcing underneath, but I think CQRS is the most important architectural design.
Yeah. Also, it gives more information about what you try to do. So if you, for example, just delete a row from the table, then it's gone, of course. But with this, for example, you could implement something like a queue for deletion, and then it will go through some process, and then eventually will be removed. Eventually is also something, a word used very often in combination with event sourcing. So that just means that you don't store your data directly in the tables, update everything directly, but you store that as a sequence of events. And if you go through all these events in the correct order, you will be able to calculate the current state of an entity. Correct? Yes. Okay.
Well done.
No, you did it wrong all the time.
And something we all use very often, and not only for certain cases, but in the meantime for basically everything where it's possible are value objects, because it dramatically narrows down the errors you can have because the order of arguments are wrong somewhere or different type or so. Imagine you have a method which accepts 10 arguments and all of them are string, and then you mix up the order somewhere. You won't notice that ever until something breaks further down the code. And if you use types really, like a customer identifier as a value object in the simple case, then it will already be checked by PHP and won't go wrong. And of course it has other advantages. So, and I used React.js. I won't say much about that, except for before I learned that, of course, I tried to learn something more modern, more fancy, and I did. But it was so fancy that I wanted to have something more conservative, which React is, because there you only need to refactor your whole code because something was deprecated every 2 weeks and not like every day.
So you had some friction during the development process.
This is based on React 18, which is I thought, yeah, it will be the next major version, so yeah, why not already use it?
Just wait a bit.
Yeah, now I learned it. I use Yarn. As you know, it's a continuous length of interlocked fibers suitable for use of the production of textiles, and that became very handy. I also use Yarn.
Do you already use the new Yarn or Yarn 1? Or?
I use Yarn from this morning.
That's deprecated.
Is there later Yarn? I have no idea about Yarn. I know, for example, I don't
probably
use workspaces and so on. I just use it to get things running. Okay. And I already mentioned that I use Relay, which works nicely with React and helps you optimizing queries and doing some fancy updating, data fetching, which I'll show you in practice. And yeah, for the user interface, for styling, I use Tailwind, but I won't tell much about Tailwind. The most prominent PHP packages I use are Flow, the Neos event sourcing, a job queue, and this GraphQL PHP library, and Flow native GraphQL. That is nothing really fancy. It's just basically 1 or 2 classes, but I use that so often in different places, so I put that there. There's just a bit of glue code you might want to create yourself or use that, whatever. Now we only have to explain all the things. So let's do that.
Simple question on the general approach. So did you split it at the, do you use a monorepo and have like a separate back-end and front-end part, and these are really separated, or is it like the front-end code is part of a package, and it would interest me?
Yeah, I use a monorepo, and well, as I'm not that JavaScript guy, I just put all the JavaScript here into
it's
Flow package,
certainly possible, but we split that at the top level, for example. And
it scares me when Christopher says something. It's certainly possible.
Certainly possible.
Certain people do that, but it's your own choice.
No, it's always trade-offs.
Yeah. The idea is that I walk you through something which could happen in the application. For example, what would you start with? A query or a mutation?
Canceling a subscription. Okay, no mean questions.
No mean questions. Okay, let's use this one here. I need to check very quickly if I actually... right. I need to start all the things. Okay, so demo gods. I have a tab here with local beach, so this is what I use for the Flow application. Then I need to start a relay watcher. Relay watch. And theoretically, the dev server should be running. It is. Yeah. Before the conference, I tried very hard, more than a day, to strip down these applications into little chunks so you can try that on your own. But I was not getting anywhere because there's there's OpenID Connect in there and some other services. Maybe I find the time to spend a long weekend or something to strip it down into code I can share with you, shorter code. And if I don't, then just write me an email, so I do, right? I definitely want to share things I used here, but it doesn't really make sense to share the whole application because you won't be able to get it running so easily. It's an in-house tool, after all.
Yeah, but maybe reducing it to some kind of boilerplate. That's what we use internally. So you have the full repo setup with everything connected, but just basic, no complex types. It's just, okay, you have accounts, users, and some basic stuff, and can build on top of that.
Yeah. Okay, so everything is running here. Now, what I need to do is start the job queue, and I'll show you in a second why that is. Now, what was it called? Event sourcing. Event sourcing. No, what is it called? Work. With a dash, right. Okay, so theoretically I should be able to change something here, like create a contact person, Christopher Lubeck, at neos.io. Create that. And here's Christopher, and now I should be able to go to customer contacts, for example, and search for Christopher and add it here. Okay. Now I can say Christopher is an accountant. Okay, so you see that there are some jobs running here in the background, and now I guess we should go through the whole stack, what happens when I mutate something, I guess, yeah. So for example, create a contact, okay? I told you that GraphQL is HTTP based, so basically what's happening here is that there's a HTTP post request coming in. Can we do something? Yeah, like also let you get invoices.
Do you have a schema first approach where you have the GraphQL schema defined, or is it defined by the actual implementation?
I always define the schema manually first.
Okay, but you don't generate the code?
No, I don't generate code. Maybe I would if I would know how that can be done in a nice and reliant way, but on the other hand, I made so bad experiences with code generation that I don't.
I actually have good experience, but not exactly with these packages, so...
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, so there's an HTTP request coming in, and how do you handle that? You need some place in a Flow application, of course, which handles incoming HTTP request. Previously, you probably used just an action controller with actions and so on, but we don't use that here. We have just the GraphQL endpoint, and that's always the same URL, which you define in the configuration. And then we have the HTTP handler. Where do I have that, actually? I think in that special package, that GraphQL package, the middleware. So this is HTTP middleware in Flow. You probably know that concept. We have that for a few versions now. And what's coming in is a server request and a request handler, and it returns a response, okay? So there are just some checks here in the beginning, and security context and all that. And then there's an interesting line, actually, which is fetching the endpoint class. So we have, in this application, we have one class which is called so-and-so endpoint, which should handle the GraphQL requests. And then we get the schema for that endpoint. And then this is here from that WebOnyx GraphQL PHP library, a server config which we can create, set the schema, a field resolver, debug flag, and so on. And then create a new server and let that server, where is it? Yeah. Prepare the request and then let the server process the PSR request and then return everything. So this is just that little piece of code which connects Flow's HTTP management and request handling with the GraphQL library we're using here. Okay? So far?
Yes. Oh. So the schema and resolvers, how are they actually? Because that's where the actual interesting things are happening, right? In the field resolver.
Exactly. So let's take a look at the schema, for example. I already showed some snippets. So this is how the schema looks like. So we have that customer account here. And for pagination, There's a special concept of types, which is a bit more complex, but that is called a connection. A connection has this meta information about what page are we currently at, how many results do we have, and so on. That's called a connection. You can also sort results, and I use an enum for that.
Do you also use scalars, or mostly because scalars are also interesting to like have date time handling and conversions for types that cannot be splitted anymore? So the most atomic types, basically. I find that really interesting to use for certain things.
I discovered them very late, so I used them for a few things, but not everywhere I could use them already. So, for example, maybe I would use them for an email address now.
Yeah, it works quite nice together with the value objects, because if you map them to the value objects, and in your value object you enforce certain rules, you can reuse that.
Yeah. So on the PHP side, I use value objects, of course, for that, but yeah.
Note for refactoring.
Okay, so we need to accelerate a bit, I see. So we've only seen the endpoint. Now let's look at the more interesting part. So you get an idea. So I have one class here, which is called API.
It's the Uber class.
It's the Uber class. You can split it up into different resolvers and so on, but currently that... So I'll show you an application which works. I don't show you everything perfect yet. Remember, it's an in-house tool. I added something like hello world here, and you see, if I put that into the GraphQL schema, then through the resolve logic I implemented in the field resolver, I would end up calling that the middleware would call this method here. So if I run a GraphQL query hello with arguments, it would actually call this method, and it can return an array, for example, with, which contains the argument. And then the browser would get the JSON response in return, okay? Now let's look at the actual customer account here, because that's an example I showed. So if I query for a customer account and I provide the ID, then I use a finder to get that object from my projection. So in event sourcing, remember you have events which you create. I wanted to show a mutation.
Yeah, we wanted to start with a mutation, basically.
Yeah, hopefully we don't only end with that. Yeah, create customer account, for example. It's the same, basically, more or less.
Okay, so but there you see you map the inputs to something more meaningful for you, and that could be done by scalars, basically.
Yeah, that's true.
So here, the new customer account identifier creates a random identifier, right? Line whatever is one above.
Yeah.
And then you also create a random customer number.
Right. So a customer account identifier is not the same as the customer number. Yeah. So
why?
Yeah.
Okay, but why do you need both? I mean, maybe it's not even important. So
why I need both? That's kind of specific to this application. I'd like to separate the concept of a customer number, because it could happen that I create a customer account but don't have a customer number yet, because I have a strategy which, for example, counts up by 1. Yeah. And so I already want to have that customer account and be able to identify it, but I don't have a number yet.
Makes sense. So it's like an invoice number in addition to some unique identifier.
Exactly. So remember, we send a mutation request. Mutation means change something in GraphQL. And we end up in this method here, and the arguments oops, Cabana, just a second. Yeah, the arguments would look like that, for example, just the customer name. Okay, this would be the mutation. So, and we end up in this method here. So what this method needs to do is process the arguments we provide and then return a customer account value object. Let's take a look into that. So this is using PHP 8.1 promoted properties, which is very helpful because previously what you would have to do in order to create this value object or implement that is writing a constructor which accepts all the arguments, and then you need lots of getter methods in order to retrieve these values, so you cannot modify them from outside. Of course, you want to have private properties in that value object, and you only want to be able to read them. And that's why you needed getter methods. And you don't need that in PHP 8.1 anymore. You can have read-only public properties. And this is here in this line, this is how you usually declare such a public property. So it's nothing else like public string. You know, this is what you could do previously. And now you do read-only public.
But yet, compared to a doctrine entity, there's no connection to the database here. So
exactly.
Yeah.
So this is not something you're used to as a model, ORM model or something like that. This is just a value object which is used in this case to respond with the new customer account.
Can I split hairs?
Yes.
It's not a value object because it has.
It has some. Yeah, true. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, a customer name, for example, why is that? Oh, that's old. Do I have something else, like the payment method identifier? Yeah, that would be a value object. You have seen the identifiers I was using. That's also the implementation detail. You can use any kind of identifier, of course, UUIDs, for example. But in this application, I chose to use prefixes and then alphanumeric identifiers, which are a bit shorter than UUIDs. And that was very helpful. If you see a ID lying around somewhere, you know by the prefix what it actually identifies. So. Anyway, so and I have from array methods here. I'll get to that. And I have to array and a JSON serialize which uses that to array. So the problem is, and maybe there's a better solution, but I didn't find that yet, is GraphQL wants the data you provide, the data structure, sometimes a bit different than PHP does it. Yeah. So, for example, there's nothing like an associative array in GraphQL. There's no. You would have to have a list with key value as.
That's basically a thing where you stumble over if you think, yeah, I can just return a map in an array or hash or whatever it is called. And no.
Yeah, exactly.
It's an array.
And there are some other little things which you might need to reformat. So what I do, for example, is I format all datetime objects into ISO 8601 formats, strings, and internally in PHP I only use datetime objects.
Just a little trick. So since you refactored this to use public properties, you don't even need the JSON serializable as long as all the properties are JSON serializable.
Yeah.
But they aren't right now because you use the datetime immutable, for example. So what I usually do is I create a custom datetime scalar because then you can enforce all the formatting in one place, and then you don't have to do all the conversion.
Very good. Yeah, that's a very good idea. So why do I have so much code in here? The idea is, in GraphQL, I need to be able to return not only the customer account, but when you look into the schema, I can also ask for substructures. Yeah. So you see, the customer account can have a business address and can have contacts. So let's look at the business address. The business address, okay, that's just address line and so on. And the contacts is actually a paginated customer account contact connection, which can have edges of the type customer account contact edge, which actually have that mapping of this is the contact and this is the role of the contact. But what you see is you have a structure, a nested structure, and sometimes you want to return that full structure and sometimes not. And I needed a way to create that structure. So in the simplest case, where was I? In the API PHP. In the simplest case, if you only have the structure with one level, you can just return an array or something which can be serialized into an array, right? But what if you have that nested structure? You need either create something which composes different entities and value objects to, and prepares them so they can be returned. And in my case, I implemented that into that customer account here. So when you have a nested structure as an array with customer account and then business address and just a regular associative PHP array, you can call from array, and what you get back is actually that structure of objects. So when you ask for the business address, it's actually a business address object, which is also created from array.
It looks a little bit like a hand-rolled property mapper.
Yeah.
Or is it?
Yeah. That's
no,
true.
which is okay, because I think sometimes it's better to have it more explicit than going through a lot of magic and conventions, and which is really hard to debug if something, because that's just plain code.
Yeah. Actually, I see some traces here from my refactoring. So previously, that was not PHP 8.1, of course. And I learned a few things, so the classes are of different quality. But in practice, it was very helpful that I could just have a JSON or array structure and then say from array and get the whole object structure back. And I can also do the reverse and do conversions like, for example, a datetime object and so on.
But I have some experience with other approaches to doing GraphQL APIs, and what I see, I think you could leave out some code if the value object handling is done on the API mapping level, and you have a close relation between the types and your value objects, if that's fitting, or have some adapter there, because then most of the plumbing wouldn't be needed if you. We will talk about that later. This would kill the thing.
Yeah, I already see that we won't be able to get through all that. But the finder, for example, in that whole event-sourced setup is something which can retrieve a customer account from the database. And there are some special things here. So, for example, when I get a customer account, I can actually provide a flag here if I should retry finding it or not, and then it will retry for a certain time. So imagine you just created a customer account in the user interface, and then in that mutation for GraphQL, you already can query that new customer account and get that back, so that the user interface in React will update everything automatically. But since this is asynchronous, I write an event into the event store, and then the job queue needs to kick in and update the projection. So it takes some time until that customer account actually appears in the database. So if you would just create the customer account and then call the finder method, the customer account is not there yet. And so you wouldn't get any changes back. And for that case, Basti advised to provide ways of waiting for a change. This is not actually, this here is more interesting, for example, for updating.
Robert, maybe we can
version.
go or zoom out again where we are right now in the...
We won't make it anywhere, anyway. No. But I think this is, if you do something with GraphQL and the user interface, that was something which helped me very much, because the user interface wants to work asynchronously and update things. You have event sourcing, which is asynchronous, but the GraphQL API needs to work synchronously. So you create something or update something and want to get the updated data back again already. And then one of the tricks is here to have something like get with minimum version, because the data in the event store will have a certain version. And for example, if you update an address, you know the version you have seen before the update, and can say, please wait until I get the next version, and then have that fixed. And there's also a method, for example, like wait until is gone. So you just wait with a request, with a response until something is gone from the projection. Yeah, I see I need to create a workshop for all this, and probably also, refine a few things with the latest insights to PHP 8.1 and so on. But what you could do is, if you're interested in this type of application, if that would help you, then just write me an email, and then I can provide something, or actually write me an email with what are you interested in, so I can choose which type part I need to extract from the application and make available publicly. Okay? Yeah, so short time, and I don't have the luxury like with a keynote too.
Yeah, but it's super interesting, right? I think we should work on something like a boilerplate where you have a foundation. Every application is different, but I think it's super interesting to have that. Because the interesting thing is, I came up with the same solution, but with a completely different stack. So it's there's some universal approach there.
That's true. That's true. Okay, yeah. So thank you for nagging me, and thank you for staying for the last session today. And see you next time at the next sprint, the next meetup. Thanks a lot for being here.
Well, thank you. Great having you.
Yeah.
Well,
no time. No time.
Yeah, well, actually, you brought your questions with you.
Yeah.
Don't you? Bring your
Too
own
many.
questions. We don't have any questions in the app, but
I thought so.
okay. But thank you for that talk. Thank you for everything here, for the keynote. We have a little present, of course, for you as well.
Sure.
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
You may rate this talk in your conference app.
Thank you very much.
And this one's for you.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, we're getting closer to the end.
So, do we have anything left for today?
We do. Are you still doing well? There's a last panel discussion starting at 4:15, right here on center stage. And we are coming back on track, finally. And so we will have the closing at 4:45 right here. And you can grab a coffee and a last piece of cake. And please be here at very soon. Love to see you.
And just a second, please. We would like to remind you we need some help with all of the packing up, and it would be awesome if some of you who are living in Dresden could stay here after we finished everything and help a little bit.
And if you could just tell Sebastian or at the back that you would like to help, so that would help a lot to see how many people we have.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you. That's it.
Nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing. Nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. One act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. You take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, Klaus. Wow.
Oh, there are so many people just not coming inside
Yeah,
from
yeah.
outdoor.
Well, it's getting close to the end, but it's not yet there. We still have a little panel discussion up here. And afterwards, you're still here, Jan and Klaus. And then we have a closing that you don't want to miss.
Because we are awarding the best talk.
Yeah,
And there is a really nice prize for the best
it
talk.
is. And we have some nice news that we're going to tell you. And please welcome now on stage Bernhard, Robert, Tobias, and Sebastian.
There's Bernhard. Hello. Ach ja.
Hello, test 1, 2, 3. I have number
4. I can talk.
4, yeah. We can talk.
Have you tried turning it on and off? Okay. Thank you very much for having us again for the final panel discussion of NEOS Conference 2022. Bernhard, Sebastian, Robert, you've all had talks at this conference, so you've already talked about the one topic that was most important to you. So now's a chance to go a little bit beyond that. So going beyond PHP 8, going beyond the content repository that's been, driving your thoughts for the last 7 years probably, and, APIs and components and multi-dimensional fallback graphs.
That was Bernhard's topic, actually.
Robert, you touched on me, yeah, no. During the keynote, you touched on a topic that I wanted to bring up in this panel discussion again, because I think that's something that we are handling in the back office side of the NEOS community a lot, and that's not very well known to a lot of people. So I wanted to talk a little bit about trademarks and NEOS legal stuff, because that's actually a thing. So when we created the NEOS Foundation Association, which is the legal entity that's protecting the NEOS and Flow trademarks, Robert took care of getting all of that back to NEOS where it belongs, and you've been fighting for 2 years?
Yeah, at least 2 years.
So to give you a little bit of perspective, that's where some of the money we get from the long-term support is spent so that we can keep our awesome logo, our awesome name. Robert, give us a little bit of perspective what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that once you start using such a trademark, you can do so. We created the original logo, and Christian came up with a name during that lunch in Denmark. But the problem is others can also use that, and if they register a trademark, we cannot use it anymore. And so that's basically what we discovered later on, or almost too late, because we knew that someone was writing us that we must stop using our NEOS logo because they had a trademark in the US. And we actually had no chance because we didn't have any trademark yet. And 8 hours later, we had a trademark in Europe.
That was quick.
That was really some crazy thing. Because when we have a trademark in Europe and they have a trademark in the US, we have something we can talk about, right? And that took 2.5 years to talk about that. And in the end, we are now actually allowed to use the NEOS logo in the US as well. Yeah. So it's, I don't know, I'm not really doing that for fun. I have to say, I really like our lawyers. They're so nice and friendly, and we have nice talks, but we could have that
in different occasions.
But it gave me a big scare when we got this email, and
Yeah.
I was thinking, do we have to give up on the NEOS logo now, which we just came up with a few years ago? So thank you very much for taking up this fight, basically this negotiation in the end, and doing what you could possibly do, so we can use NEOS and Flow and the names and the logo and everything. Thanks very much for that effort. Sebastian, apart from the event-sourced content repository, the new content repository, NEOS and Flow depend and profit so much from packages that are developed from the community, from a lot of companies, individual contributors, and you yourself are open sourcing, every other month,
more or less, yeah.
new packages. What are challenges when we open source packages, and what's helpful feedback in open sourcing packages?
Yeah. So I mean, the point is that it's not just pushing something out and then let it go without any README or anything like that. It needs good documentation. It's basically the basics. It's like providing a package the way others, or you would like a package to be when you first see it. So have a good README, explain what it's doing, what is the intention of things, and I mean that's what I try myself, and sometimes I succeed better, and sometimes I fail miserably. I mean, I guess we all do. But so that's a big challenge, I think. And actually, I think that's also something where we can help each other so much, by giving pull requests for documentation. So even just writing in the README, marking a place and saying, I don't get what this means. So it doesn't even need to be improved, but saying, okay, I understand it like this, but it doesn't make any sense. That is so helpful, I would say. And that also applies to the code, So I personally also try to write in every class like a meaningful, like, why is this thing there and where should I look if I want to look deeper? But I fail in like 80% of the cases doing that, I would guess, at least. But that's something I think where we can help each other out very much. I think where it works really well is actually like these bug fix things. So actually that is, I think, working really nicely. That people send pull requests if the packages are not updated for the recent version. So because personally I'm not so good in doing that actually. I mean, like other people, they're very methodical and they are able to do that really before the release. Like John does that for all his packages, and I'm like, whoa, crazy, that's so cool. And for me, it's more like sometimes I see it and then I'm like, oh, hopefully it didn't wait too long in the review queue. So if that happens, please just ping me on Slack, because sometimes I just miss the notification. So yeah.
Who in the audience is not on our NEOS Slack yet? Everybody's in the NEOS Slack? Okay, good. Thank you. And also, from my perspective, if you have discussions on Slack and you find a solution, Slack is not very accessible for anybody else searching on the internet. So if there's things you discover and you find out, post it in Discuss. Is a good place to find answers. All the emails that come to our hello@neos.io mailbox asking for help, I send to our Discuss. So all the answers there are actually visible to everybody else. Is there NEOS on Stack Overflow? Is that a thing? Does anybody know if NEOS exists on Stack Overflow? Maybe, okay. So I think we can all, contribute to that, writing blog posts, sharing information about challenges we solved in NEOS. Bernhard, what, apart from, really fancy back-end stuff, what are some of the challenges you face in your everyday NEOS and Flow projects?
I don't know. I mean, it's basically, for example, how can I query stuff from the content repository, and how can I actually be safe and sure that whatever I do, that it actually works, right?
And what are tools, or what do you do? Do you talk to your colleagues? Do you look it up in the code of NEOS itself?
So mostly I look it up in the code, right? I mean, I've been there once, or maybe more than once, And it's really, really helpful if everything's documented properly and stuff is named similar to what it does. But I really love that.
I've heard this word domain-driven design a few times in the NEOS community. Robert?
I also heard that, yeah.
And how does that relate to what Bernard just said? Things doing or being called what they actually do. How does that help?
Ubiquitous language, you mean? Yeah, I don't know.
What?
No, I think it's just a general principle to name things right and to write tidy code. So I wouldn't say that, yeah, whatever that is. But we have a culture of doing that. So we have lots of discussions about naming things, for example, and that pays off, I think.
How do these discussions happen in the core team? Like when there's big ideas for implementing new features?
Yeah, I mean, there are discussions. There are aggravated discussions. I mean, they're always respectful, right? We like each other. Things can get intense, I think, but in the end, we always come up with some solution how to name things that everyone can live with.
And where do these conversations happen? Like, is it done during sprints, or do they happen on Slack, or in Discuss, or?
Basically everywhere, I guess. I mean, when stuff gets complicated, we usually do a Slack call or something, because typing is just not enough for that. Or we do a phone call, or even at sprints. Sprints are really nice for that. So if you want to get involved in like these discussions, sprints are definitely the way to go. But usually also, when we do this on Slack, we announce these calls in the proper channels, like in the content repository rewrite channel. When there's an upcoming call about something, and you're in that channel, you'll notice.
So that is something that I want to give you all another information about. There's a Slack channel called Next Sprint, where we're planning the sprints that are going to happen. So next week, we're meeting here in Dresden. So if there's some people who are staying here or from Dresden and who want to attend, feel free to join us for the sprint, of course. And I really do hope that there will be at least one more sprint this year.
I also think these sprints are so important, also historically. I mean, not historically in the sense of we rented that castle in Denmark, but these were so intensive times, or on that houseboat, and I think it was only possible to come up at least with a spark of a new concept or something like that when we meet in person. For me, at least, it's very difficult to really do completely out of the box thinking and emotional discussions over Slack when I'm at home or even in a video meeting. That doesn't feel the same, because I know that I need to go downstairs after that to empty the dish washer or something like that. You really need to get out in order to think what's the next big thing, and then you can work properly at home implementing it.
And I've heard it's also a very good time to get your hands dirty in starting core development. Like the people are right there, you can talk to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that is extremely important. So there are no prerequisites to joining such a sprint. So if you've not set up NEOS before, that's not a problem. We are there to help. And so if you're not coding, that's not a problem. So there are always lots of to-dos around the code as well. And we have more and more people helping out there. So that is really, really cool. And yeah, we've done parts of the website on the sprint. So there's lots and lots of different topics. We've done organization for the conference, just planning like the structure and the ideas here. And I think what is really important on such a sprint is what we try to do is we do some team retrospectives and like socializing, because that really, pulls us together as a team, and yeah, that's really, really nice. And I think that's where much of the spirit also comes from. It comes from the community, but it also comes from that we sync each other in the team, even though where we, in a long intervals, but then it touches us together really closely somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing these insights. Bernhard, looking back at the past 2 days of this conference, what's the talk that inspired you the most? And
I think it definitely was the continuous integration and testing, because that's something I really, really want to do myself. Right? I mean, for the event source content repository, you have really great test coverage, and it just feels so much better. So that I know if I refactor something, if I optimize something, that I know that I didn't break anything. And I mean, in your regular marketing webpage, that's not so super important, but it's super annoying if something goes wrong. And I want to get into that topic a lot more than I do currently.
Robert, how about you? What was the talk that inspired you the most?
Yeah, I have to say, what happens often during these conferences is that I end up going to a talk and then someone grabs me and say, Robert, just a minute. And so I spend most of the time talking outside. So what I usually then do is, watch that online again.
Did you have an inspiring conversation where you think,
lots of. I realized I was so thirsty for talking to people, and you always not only, luckily, not only talk about fusion problems or something, but also more about what they do and what they, what makes them tick and so on. So I got to know lots of people here. That was really nice. That was the most inspiring talk for me.
Getting into touch with the community again in a face-to-face level. So I have to agree that for me too, that was the one thing I was looking forward to as well. Sebastian, during NEOS conferences, we've learned about quite a few things where you've left your mark in the NEOS code and where there were comments left.
A fix after T3 board is a classic
something
one,
like that, yeah. So a question for you. You're working on a lot of into the future stuff, but you're also involved in daily projects. What is a thing about NEOS currently where you think, if I could redo that part again?
Well, yeah, so it's actually I think we are in a really in a good shape in general. So there's not one thing which stares at me all the time, so to speak. So nothing like that. But there's just one. I sometimes look at the Symfony ecosystem, especially like the developer tooling they have built, the debugging tools they have built, and actually I would like to use that inside NEOS. And of course, it wouldn't be that easy to do that, but so that is something. If we would get into that direction to share more code to help us out more, even maybe I'm not sure what this actually means in terms of like the infrastructure. If it would be put on top of Symfony, or if we use more components or whatever. I don't have a clear idea on that, but I just feel that we can have more synergies there, because I think we are going into the same direction. So Symfony has gone from or in my perspective at least, from the perspective of no conventions at all, and you can do whatever you want, up to now where they basically have also somehow more and more strong conventions, something like auto wiring for the dependency injection going in. And so it is somehow converging in a direction really interestingly, and so that is interesting to see, definitely. Yeah.
And Bernhard, from your perspective, when you look around the community and the things that are done by non-core team members, what are the things that are going on that spark your interest? Is there something in particular you can think of where you heard about something?
Yeah, what I think is most interesting for me is the efforts that go into the direction of headless CMS, right? Where you have some kind of probably semantical API where you just can query the content repository and do whatever you want with those nodes, and which is also a thing we want to provide better support for with the new content repository. And there's not so much going on in the core right now regarding that, I guess, but there is a lot of stuff going on in the community with several GraphQL packages, for example, and that's really interesting.
And when there's multiple packages, how do you choose one? What?
Usually, yeah, if I have to choose one, I just maybe the one that looks better. I mean, I suppose they all work, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't be so prominent in the NEOS ecosystem. And I mean, interesting is what happens next, right? Because if something gets a foothold, like a GraphQL query thing, then maybe some synergy version with the best of both packages makes it to the core. And that's something I really like about the NEOS community, because that happens yeah, all over the place.
That's actually an applause for you, right? The community contributing to the core, and then that your contribution getting implemented and getting returned to everybody again, which is the core concept of open source that I personally love so much. Robert, when you think about open source, NEOS, is there, I know that in the past there have been other projects that have inspired us, that have influenced us. I mean, we have in the past had a very close relationship with Typo 3, for example, of course. Is there, I know Corona and everything, but in the past few years, what have been the main influences for you thinking about how NEOS behaves in the open source community?
Yeah, that's, well, multiple levels. So one thing is that there are communities or frameworks or projects which inspire me, but not in the way that I would like to take them as a role model and repeat that for ourselves, but they trigger ideas, yeah? Or they they open a door and you think like, okay, that's amazing. I didn't even know that these communities exist. For example, one of that moments was a domain-driven design conference in Amsterdam, where I realized there were developers, obviously, but they were never talking about code really. So they were, and they never mentioned the programming language. And so this was about concepts and so on. And this was really interesting to see that you can approach it that way. Yeah, but I think what interests me much is this whole development of, or this whole concept of cloud and microservices is old-fashioned anymore nowadays. But I think that has a lot of impact for us as well, because as Bernard mentioned, in the community, there are so many crazy projects going on, which are not just a NEOS website on a server, but with architectures playing together with other programming languages, services, and distributed, and so on. And this definitely has an impact on, or needs to have an impact on Flow and NEOS as well. So we need to see where we need to adapt to make it even more suitable for these cases.
So have you thought about what you're going to do during the sprint next week? What's going to be your area of focus?
Yeah, I mean, we have this upcoming NEOS 9 release, so maybe we start with
Get that finished, yeah.
Get it started, yeah.
Yeah, we'll finish starting, right?
Or we'll start. I have to think. Start finishing, finish starting. I don't know, something like that.
I think Bernard is right. Yeah.
Yeah.
As
So,
usually.
so I mean, it would be super awesome if we had like something like Alpha 1 or Alpha 0.1, something like that, after the sprint, so we actually have successfully merged all the stuff, so we can say, okay, we don't need these extra packages anymore, and this is the package structure that we want to release with, and then maybe throw PHP standard everything, so that we know that we can safely start refactoring all that towards the final version.
Yeah, so we'll discuss, I think, very much about package structure, naming of packages, these kind of things, and I very much look forward to that. Yeah.
I actually have, for the first time in years, have a a certain topic I want to work on, and that is modernizing Flow for PHP 8.1, 8.2, and so on. So there, for example, old parts like the reflection service and so on, which we tried to replace recently by some third-party library, but it didn't have these features. So it obviously still makes sense to have that, but it needs to be modernized. It grew a bit old now, and I really would like to do that, so that Flow feels fresh again inside.
And are you
spring cleaning?
Are you planning on doing that alone, or do you have a team?
Better not. No, at the same time, that's a great opportunity. There are a few places in the core, like proxy class building and so on. Hardly anyone dares to do anything about it because it looks so complex, and I did that in the very beginning. And a sprint would be a good opportunity that I can show someone around and make them less scared, and that we work on that together.
So let me finish this panel discussion with saying the sprint next week, while we meet in person here in Dresden, if you can, attend online. We always try to have a hybrid setup, and we try to meet usually at around 9 in the morning for a stand-up, so that we can talk about who's going to work on what. So if you have some time available or can make some available next week, check in with us to see what the sprint team is working on and how you could possibly contribute and help shape the future of Neos and Flow. So thank you very much to the panel today, Bernhard, Sebastian, Robert. It was great talking to you, and I think now we're looking forward to conference closing.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a final round of music, so listen and then enjoy. Wow. Thank you so much. You made this conference also something special with your contribution. Very good. From now on to each conference where I'm going to go, and there's a questionnaire at the end. They have no music, I will let them know.
Yes. So now we are finally coming to an end.
We are.
It's kind of sad, I must say.
It is. But did you like it? Wasn't that a great conference?
And of course, this wouldn't have been possible without our sponsors.
Yeah, and please give another roaring applause for our gold sponsors. And also our silver sponsors, bronze sponsors, media partner and tech partners. And if you want to become sponsor for next year's conference, please hurry up. I think the slots are going to be filled very soon. And then?
Of course, a very important part is the organization for such a conference. And I must say, I think everyone can feel that there's so much passion and love and dedication for this conference. And it was such a great experience for me to be on the stage the first time. And it felt really cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So, thanks a lot to Zeitgeist and Sandstorm. Of course, with some help from Marco and Stefan. And, well, I think we have to call somebody on stage because, no,
Oh,
not yet.
Up,
Not
slides,
yet.
I think. This you wanted to do first, I think, or?
Yeah, right. And we have a little trophy. And
I'll be
I
right
think
back.
we also have a little envelope for the best talk. And there was something very, very special. We had 6 talks that were so close, above 4.5, and a really close call. We had 4.8 versus 4.77. 4.68, 4.65, so it was really, really close. But the winner of the best talk, would you open the envelope?
The winner of the best talk is Yannick Vici with The Long Journey of Making Composer Memory Efficient and Fast.
Wow. Well. As Yannick had to leave already, as he said yesterday, you're taking it for him. And say a warm hello and well done. So, now, after the conference is before the conference. So, for me personally, the conference was always a place where I went and where I was inspired and full of ideas afterwards. I don't know how you feel. This is a very special place. This is a very special setting. It's very special people, great community, a friendly and open community that I'm proud to be part of. And, well, what's left to say for next year's conference? We'll be in Berlin. The ticket sale starts now.
And of course, you all know where to book your tickets.
Yeah, go on neoscon.io. You are pretty well familiar with the site, so visit it. You can buy your tickets. We have a super early bird until 14th of May, so be fast. Yeah, and now there are some very important and special persons that we want to call on stage because those were the ones, the main organizers who put a lot of work into this conference. And please come on stage here, Lisa, Fabian, and Sebastian.
So, thank you very much. Thank you so much. There are some more people we would like to bring on stage. So, Marco, please join us on stage. And Stefan is already here. They also helped us a lot with organizing the conference, with the award, with the marketing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A really big applause. And then there's a really, really special person. Actually, when we had the first NEOS conference, we talked to the resident technician back at Gastwerk. His name was Kim Gast, coincidentally. And we were just having these ideas, like we had no clue about all of this stuff. And he said, yeah, I understood what you want. He just brought everything with us. And then a few years ago, we asked him, well, we would like to go to Dresden. Would you come with us? And he did. And I'm so extremely honored to have Kim Gast here on stage. Please join us on stage. Thank you so much for helping us. If you need a great conference technician, please book him. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure. And then there are two more people who have done a lot of work in the last days, which you didn't notice probably, but that is because everything worked. And that is my colleague Alexander Hesse and my father Dirk Korfürst, who did the network. Thank you so much. Setting it up, everything, making sure it all ran. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I would like to get all the helping hands, all the tech crew, the musicians on stage, please. And please, all the speakers also join us on stage for a final picture here. So please just all join us on stage and give a really, really warm applause to all the helping hands, all the tech crew, the musicians, the people from the lights and the video show, the musicians, Klaus, my brother, all the people doing the talks. Thank you so much for your engagement. It would not be possible to do this conference without you. So it is such an honor to be your hosts, and we look so much forward to the next years. So you see that there are a lot of people being here. So many people. Thank you so much. It is really an honor to be here together with all of you. I think we have to move a bit. So thanks to everybody. And yeah, so we look forward to see you next year in Dresden. We hope to see you on a sprint. Thank you so much for being part of this community. And thanks, a really, really big applause to all our moderators, Anke, Stefan, Eric, and Gerhard, who has had to go to the airport already. So thank you so much to all of you. It was really cool that you were here. Thank you so much also for doing it on a short notice. Thanks so much. Yeah. I think that's a wrap. So have a safe trip home, stay safe, stay healthy despite these crazy times. Thank you so much, and see you next year in Berlin. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Boah, Licht.